juice. And with the least amount of sugar in any drink, it's diabetic and weight loss friendly. Did you juice today?
You juice. You juice. You juice. How about me drink bigger than natural boost?
From the moment you first crossed eyes,
it's a girl.
To their very first bowl of cereal. Open wide. Going into parenthood means nourishing your little one to reach their fullest potential. With Nestum Nature's Selections infant cereals, give 30% more whole grain with 15 vitamins and minerals, including iron, all with no added sugar. Nature's Selection. Give your baby the best. Nestum, from 6 months onwards.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM. The deals are at East Side Plaza, located at number 32 Charlotte Street in Port of Spain. It's a sale on everything at all stores. Opening hours are from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Everything from foodstuff, lunches, pottery, African wear, Christmas gift items, tailor services, hair salon services, and so much more. Everything means everything. Head into Port of Spain and check out East Side Plaza at number 32 Charlotte Street.
Mom loves to comment on the pictures you post.
That's my daughter. I remember when she was in Pampers.
And call during those important meetings.
Hello?
Leroy, you want food later?
Mom, I'm in a meeting. But what you cook?
Show Mom more love with great Mother's Day specials from B-Mobile. Get a 30-day prepaid plan for only $100. Handsets with any postpaid plan starting at $499. Plus, 1 month free service and 25% off for 11 months when you switch to B-Mobile. It's more love for moms with B-Mobile.
Well. Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion boarding at Kings Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy boarding at Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, and 299-4227, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
We get a lot from our mom. Her smile, her passion, even her sense of style. Celebrate Mom this Mother's Day with a pair of eyeglasses that are unforgettable, just like her. Save up to $1,200 off complete eyeglasses at Value Optical and choose from top eyewear brands Prada, D&G, MK, Tuscany, and more. Give Mom the best eye care experience to show her how much you care. Available at all Value Optical locations and ends May 15th. Conditions apply. Value Optical. Expert care for your eyes.
Pastor Hannah A. Parbu of Holy Spirit Ministries will be live on the Street 919 FM every Wednesday from 11:15 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. In the scripture, Matthew 19 verse 26, the Bible says, "But Jesus looked at them and said to them, with men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." Pastor Hannah is here to motivate you, challenge you, encourage you to walk in your purpose and destiny God has for you. For prayer and counseling, call Pastor Hannah at 728-5197.
Police, get in.
Officer Best Price here. Johnny Q Auto Parts Division?
Yes, sir.
I'm here to investigate an assault on batteries.
Excuse me, sir?
Is it true? You have batteries selling for $488?
Yes. Power Master, Optima, Vata, and Megastar batteries.
So I can buy a battery for $488?
Yes, sir. For cars, trucks, and boats. Backed and distributed by Massey Automotive.
Which part?
Right here at Johnny Q Hardware and Auto Parts Division, 15 Arrowbita Avenue, Woodbrook. And our new Johnny Q Superstore, located at Lowlands Mall off Claude Noel Highway in Tobago. You could call 63 Tools.
Alright, thanks boss. Nah man. Ronnie,
Do you have $488 to lend, man?
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT. Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody. Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ill, you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for Gospel in the Bone Ministry every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message. Hosea chapter 4 says, "Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel, for the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood." Remember, every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message with Gospel in the Bones Ministry, right here on the Street 919 FM.
The journey's almost home.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live.
Share the live.
The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram.
Share the live.
Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
The Titans of Democracy on the Street 919 FM.
Well, a pleasant good morning to each and everyone, and welcome to this edition of the Titans of Democracy right here on the Street
919 FM. Let me thank the Heavenly Father for bringing me here safe, sound, and all together in one piece. A pleasant good morning going on to my entire family. Good morning to the lovely Miss Sharon Felix, Mr. Dominic Romain, and the entire families. Good morning to you all our callers, all our listeners, to all of our viewers online. For those of you that are always locked on with us, it's always a pleasure to have you guys right here on the inside. Let me also say good morning going out to my friends and family in Tobago. Good morning, guys. Hope you are locked on. Also saying good morning to the management and staff of the Street 919 FM. Good morning to Mr. Iwer George and his entire family. So as you know, at this time, we're going to take your morning greetings, so you can call us up at 342-0081 and 466-5391. Those are the numbers to call to give your greetings. Yes, call me up. Call a good morning.
Blessed morning to you, Bruce.
Morning, my brother. How are you this morning?
Well, good to be in the land of the living. It's a beautiful Tuesday from the east, where the sun rises.
Nice.
Morning, Trinbago. Morning to Mommy Sauce, Mr. Chance, Junior Rowley, Brian, Sister Jenny, everybody, blessed morning. And I wonder all who was listening to that wicked lady last night. This lady have no shame. She spent everything, what they performed with, from 2010 right up to 15, she turning it wrong. She really sickening, my brother. She really sickening. And to my Bhatara Guru, morning, everybody, locked on as usual, my brother.
Yeah, man.
You have a safe and blessed day. Old man,
you too, man. Bless up.
Brother Sterling, waiting to hear your reply. I don't think.
Yeah, man. Caller, good morning.
In your world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. Morning, Bruce.
Morning.
Morning, Trent. Good morning, our man. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to Mommy Sauce. Long time to hear from you. Good morning, Jenny and Jenny. Good morning to Miss Carol. Good morning to Uma and Olga. Good morning to Sauerman. I hear you. Good morning to everybody who I can remember. Good morning to everybody. Dear friend and Miss Jean, good morning. Everybody, Dominic, everybody, morning. People of Bonnet Gardens and Mount Group, just remember the mantra. Do something good for somebody, shine a light in a dark place, and we'll all get along. Love is the answer. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, man.
I'm gone. Bye.
Caller, good morning.
Uncle Bushi, how you doing, man?
Hi there, cool man. How are you this morning?
I'm good. I'm good, very good. Good to hear the voice, you know. Nice sunshine in Tobago. As a matter of fact, I'm not rain for quite a long time. It's children here and there. Please take it dry, you know. But we locked on. And of Trinidad and Tobago, all the beautiful people of Trinidad and Tobago. Morning. Auntie Cheryl, Uncle Dominic, Uncle Bruce already. Get ready to come on and set some fire. You all have a very good day. Blessings. Prime Minister, stand firm.
Nice. Caller, good morning.
A blessed morning to you, Mr. Bruceman, and your family.
Morning.
Thank the Lord for being the land of the living and having you here once more again. On the radio station, 91.9. Blessed love to the owner of the radio station, Mr. Iwer George, and his wife and family. Blessed love to Ms. Sharon Felix and her family also. All goes out to blessed love, Mr. Chan, Mano, Iwer, Angie, each and everyone, Miss Thomas, all the Titans family who I call at almost 7 morning. Blessed love to Shak Lady and each and everyone again, my surrounding. Pastor Street, Nova, Beaton, to Macaque Paradise Side. Let us keep that faith and Trinidad and Tobago, love, love, love. Right? Only one thing upset me is that little baby child that is missing. Right? I saw the person who do it know himself, and all my spirit tell me the person that ring, he have to be in custody to find out from he how and where and trace his number or something to get onto that child. I sleep with that half up on my mind for the night. Well, don't lie that at all. Why you all doing that? Why Satan ruling all your mind? Eh? All you have weakness for Satan, boy. Jesus, Lord, child, Father, have mercy. Send that child back where it belongs in Jesus' name. Mr. Bruce, thank you for taking my call. Love you all, always. And Mr. Dominic, blessed love to you. Sorry for that.
Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Bruce Wayne.
Morning.
And how are you today?
I am fine. How are you this morning?
I'm all right for now.
Nice.
I want to shout out to the Tycon, Manu, Mommy Saw, Sharon, and Shak Lady. I want to tell everybody blessed morning and morning to the Prime Minister and his family, and the morning to the whole wide world. Everybody morning, and God bless. Okay, have a nice day.
You too, my dear. Take care.
Okay. All right then.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
Morning.
How's my people?
They're doing good, man. They're doing good.
Sunday, very good.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Monks and Joe. We are waiting for your intelligent conversation. Goodbye. Have a blessed day.
You too, my dear. Take care.
Okay.
So, let me say pleasant good morning to Mr. Dominic Romain. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning, sir. Morning.
And how are you this morning, my friend?
I am good.
Nice. So, as Dominic is here, I'm going to get into the papers immediately. So, I ask that you hold on your calls. So, we're going to jump right into the papers for today. Tuesday, the 10th of May 2022. And let me say, before I do that, let me say happy birthday going out to my dad and happy birthday going out to my cousin Nikki. Yes, celebrating their birthdays today. So, only just remember the ice cream and cake are coming home for that. Yeah. So, getting into headlines in the Express. Toddler walks out of home and disappears. Hunt for missing boy 2. Gynecologist guilty of negligence. And woman kills woman. So let's get on the inside and see what's taking place. So, hunt for missing Manny. A massive search on land, in the rivers, and with drones overhead was launched yesterday for missing 2-year-old Kimani Francis, who wandered from his Point Fortin home. Dr. Rowley in firm support of Cummings. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley has expressed confidence in People's National Movement PNM General Secretary and Minister of Youth Development and National Service Foster Cummings. Sources told the Express yesterday that the Prime Minister addressed the current issue in which the opposition is calling for Cummings' dismissal at Saturday's meeting of the PNM General Council. Woman kills woman. A 34-year-old Karanaj mother of 5 was stabbed to death yesterday during a fight with another woman near her home over the father of their children. Prisons Commissioner pleads for public's help. Acting Commissioner of Prisons Dioprasad Ramuta said a lot of persons end up being incarcerated because of being in an environment with a broken value system. CSO, March food prices 7.2% higher. Prices of food and non-alcoholic beverages in March 2022 were on average 7.92% higher than in March 2021, increasing to 129.3 from 119.8 according to data. Kamla Foster must go. Opposition leader Kamla Prasad Bisasa has called on Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley to fire Youth Development Minister Foster Cummins or resign. Rudder celebrates 69. Hines, some sex crime victims making deals with criminals. Nobody is naturally violent. They were not born like that. It's despicable. Indian president to visit Jamaica and St. Vincent, and 4 shot in Canupia. So these are the stories that are making way in the Express at this time. So we head over to the Newsday. Village searches as Kimani 2 disappears from Point Fortin home. Hines, hunt underway for 12,000 illegal guns. Monrepo residents want sewer problems fixed for good. Amy Brown on Venezuela-Cuba exclusion. CARICOM wants inclusive summit of the Americas. 4 deaths, 214 COVID-19 cases recorded. Hines Websteroy ignore Kamla's calls for firing. NGO wants action now on children's homes. Political analysts, government in crisis for some time. Carnage woman stabbed to death, suspect held. Santa Cruz woman describes grandson's murder. This is a big sin. Penal man wounded in police-involved shooting. Gynecologist loses negligence case at Privy Council. Chief Sec, THA has debts of close to $1 billion. No DPP prosecutor yet, so Schoon case goes to October. MP wants better pay for nurses. New Venezuelan envoy meets President Weeks. CADV create alternatives to putting children in homes. Green Band maxi fares increase. Diego Martin man found dead in Lavantil. NTA PDP told to target 40% underrepresented electorate. And preaching judge, mothers don't turn blind eye to nice child's illegal behavior. These are the stories that are making way in the Newsday. So as I head over to the Guardian, headlines in the Guardian, hunt for Kimani. Where is Kimani? Massive hunt for missing 2-year-old. A massive land, air and water search was launched and continued last night for 2-year-old Kimani Francis, who went missing after he wandered off from his Teacher Village Point Fortin home yesterday morning. Excuse me. Privy Council dismisses negligence appeal by TNT gynecologist. Arima man loses malicious prosecution lawsuit. Kamla asks Cummings more questions on police report. Munilal wants police service before JSC to answer special branch report on Cummings. Schoon promoter plead not guilty to breaching COVID rules at party boat event. Mama 5 stabbed to death, female suspect held. Jacob, Leak of Special Branch report on Cummings unacceptable. Acting Prisons Commissioner reveals inmates' method of extortion. Hines has no thoughts of resigning amid horrendous crime situation. Marabella centenarian credits religion for her longevity. Cox Ministry keeping eye on elderly homes. Bandits to chant 5,000 mantras for purification of desecrated temple. Port of Spain Mayor again warns wrecking to resume soon. Regional Business Chamber heeds step up to deal with crime. Sri Lankan Prime Minister resigns after weeks of protests. Death toll of Havana Hotel explosion rises to 35. And Maloney woman charged with fraud. So these are all the stories making way in the Guardian, the Express, and the Newsday at this time. And as we always tell you, go out there, get the papers of your choice, and read up on the stories, see what's happening. So, hey, where are you going? I'm now going to turn you over to Mr. Romain and realize he's not there. Hey, your mic. I didn't realize you disappeared in, huh? So it's all over to you, my friend.
It's a light boy. Right, so good morning, all. Good morning to all of the loyal listeners of the Street 919 FM. And the loyal trolls too. This was one of those mornings, Bruce, when you just don't want to get up. Yeah. And the AC so cold, and then so it just put you in a coma. It's one of those moments. Yeah. Good morning to Mr. and Mrs. Giuseppe, Mr. and Mrs. Richie's. Morning, Angie. Well, I spoke to Angie a couple times the last few days, Bruce. So she's well.
Yes.
After she gave us that little scare there for a couple of weeks, I know what's going on with Angie.
Tell her don't ever do that again.
Yeah. Morning to Manu. Patsy Edwards, good morning to you as well. Nicole Caesar, Alison Samuel, all of our other loyal listeners. So much has been going on in the news lately, Bruce. I just, too much to keep up with. But there were some that stood out more so than others. The opposition leader, or the misleader of the opposition, struggling to maintain relevance. It's like, you have some of them when they don't see the name in the newspapers or they don't hear their names on a newscast. Like they start to get antsy. They just figure out, I'm losing my relevance, but they didn't care about me. Let me make some bacchanal or something so I could make a headline now. Yeah. So, and it seems that it appears that is the situation with Madam Prasad Bisesa, calling on the Prime Minister to fire this one and fire that one. Again, I always have to repeat, if hypocrisy was a party, if hypocrisy was a person, there are plenty of them in that party that could be the poster boy and poster girl for hypocrisy, right? Because I recall there were many things, several ministers who were accused of stuff under that, and when she was Prime Minister, and she didn't fire them. She used to say, bring the evidence.
Yeah.
If you have evidence, take it to the police. She used to pick and choose now. Whose throat she want to bust and who she want to keep. Yeah, and who she want to keep. So I recall when the allegation was made by Eleanor Donaldson Honeywell when she sent her the letter with respect to Anand Ramlogan and his possible involvement in the prison gate matter and by extension possible conspiracy with respect to legal fees. She didn't fire Anna. What she do? She sent the letter to Anna and say, you deal with that. Same thing she did with Suruj Rambachan when Stacey Rubnarayan sent the letter expressing concerns about the board of NIDCO with respect to possible ministerial interference in the award of that contract. What she do? She sent the letter to Suruj and say, you deal with that. So to hear her come now and run her mouth fire, this one is either their heads or yours. Really? All of a sudden now she's an executioner. Yeah, well, she needs to be careful that she don't end up slitting her own throat. True. Her folly. Yeah? So, I saw, Bruce, this whole matter with the children's homes, right?
Yeah.
That has been a very topical issue. I don't think it's gotten the level of attention that it rightly deserves because, well, at least amongst the population. You know, you've heard one or two radio talk show hosts mention it, but normally you would expect, well, particularly those radio stations that do interviews and lots of interviews, that they would interview people who are influential and persons who play a role in that particular situation. But I really haven't heard too many of that. So, I don't know. The other things that even like these union leaders and stuff, I guess that don't really matter to them. Because these are the people really who should be advocating for some sort of action to be taken. But anyway, the government has indicated that they are going to treat with this matter once and for all. I think I heard a budget of some 126 million is to be allocated to fix some of these homes. Okay. I saw that the former chairman of the Children's Authority, Hanek Benjamin, he was a bit cynical with respect to that because, he's saying, well, basically that when he was there and when he was head of the authority and trying to do things and stuff, that they weren't getting the level of support, but now the government fined 126 million. Okay. I don't know. No, that's what he said. But to the leader of the opposition, who all of a sudden so concerned about these children and so concerned about what's happening in these homes, because she likes to talk about she's a mother and a grandmother and everything she does is for children, because the first thing, and then she loves to point out the fact that the first thing she did when she became prime minister was to establish the Children's Life Fund. Cabinet note number 1 for administration was to establish the Children's Life Fund. Great, wonderful. What else you do? So you didn't know what was going on in these homes, right? You were clueless? Okay. Let me examine the veracity of that claim. I'll pull up this here. So look at the article. Right. This is an article from 2 days ago in The Guardian. Kamla, demand justice for abused children. I don't know if this was a greeting for whatever, for Mother's Day. Opposition leader Kamla Prasad-Bissessar in her message lamented that the country is celebrating Mother's Day as the country has been rocked by news of child abuse. Unfortunately, this Mother's Day comes at a time when our nation is shocked by the horrific stories of abuse and neglect occurring at a state facility run by the Children's Authority, meant to serve as a safe haven for vulnerable children. She pointed out that a report led by an independent investigation team found multiple failings at the facility, including physical, mental, and sexual violence being inflicted on children. The report also found that former Children's Authority Director Nicola Harvey-Mitchell contacted a known gang leader to retrieve 5 boys who fled the facility in March 2021. Prasad-Bissessar said this crisis involving the abuse of vulnerable children who trusted adults to look after their welfare cannot be allowed to be swept under the rug in the guise of yet another government-appointed committee. Today, on Mother's Day, I am asking all mothers in our land to join together in one voice and demand that the children who have been abused under the care of this government get the justice they rightfully deserve. Right. Let me just read that again. 2 things. Prasad-Bissessar said the crisis involving the abuse of vulnerable children who trusted adults to look after their welfare cannot be allowed to be swept under the rug in the guise of yet another government-appointed committee. Today on Mother's Day, I'm asking all mothers in our land to join together in one voice and demand that the children who have been abused under the care of this government get the justice they rightfully deserve. It's amazing, you know? Let me remind Madam Prasad Bisasa of something. In 1997, she, Kamala Prasad Bisasa, was part of an administration led by Basio Pandey as Prime Minister. I believe in 1997, she was the Minister of Education, which means that she had ultimate responsibility for children, right? Oh, she loves children so much. Remind you of that, Madam Prasad Bisasa. And all of the UNC trolls and the members of the literati who want to make this political. And since all your leader she kick off the ball, well, I'll oblige you all. Yeah, if all want to take it political and talk about, oh, this administration, I do this and I do that, let me jog all in memory. Yeah? I'm giving you all a back in times this morning. In 1997, the Basio Pandey administration commissioned a task force to do the very same thing that this latest task force has done. And that task force was led by one Robert Sabga. Take note earlier, take note. So when you all want to run from radio station to radio station and run on Facebook and social media and talk your nonsense, let me remind you all. This is an article from Sunday, February 20th, 2022. Robert Sabga breaks his silence on Children's Homes report. Wards groomed for politicians and businessmen. When we were done, and this is Sabga speaking here, when we were done with this report, none of us was the same ever again. This changed us, says Robert Sabga, 25 years after he led a 6-member committee on a groundbreaking investigation into children's homes in TNT. The cabinet-appointed Sabga-led task force included Diana Mahavir Wyatt, Halcyon York Young, Basde Gaideen Catchpole, Valerie Allen Rollins, and Sita Bihari. Tasked with reporting on what they unearthed at 10 institutions a decade ago, Sabga and his team discovered layers of corruption and intrigue. Information gleaned from victims of sexual abuse revealed they had been specially chosen and groomed for the pleasure of politicians, businessmen, and staff members. This is 1997. The team also uncovered evidence of physical abuse, fraud, and misappropriation of government funding at several homes. There are stories that can never be told, not that they shouldn't, but just that they cannot be told, Sabga said. The former TNT High Commissioner to Canada, who spoke out publicly for the first time since submitting his report in 1997. The former Social Development Minister Manohar Ramsaran last week admitted there is so much that didn't make it into that final report. Speaking with the Sunday Guardian from his home in Canada and citing the often incredibly sensitive nature of what had been uncovered at some of these homes, he said some of the task force members were government employees and were understandably fearful for their jobs. Others were reluctant to sign off on parts of the initial draft of the report, as they had not been present during some of the visits to the various homes. The final draft, therefore, was a heavily edited version of the one Sabga originally compiled, but was one all members were comfortable signing. However, he assured overall our recommendations from the original draft were covered in the final draft. Now, even the sanitized report has disappeared from the government files. You would not believe the level of intrigue we ran up to, and even when we handed the report in. I literally met Manohar Ramsaran in a parking lot at night and transferred it from car trunk to car trunk. See how sensitive it was? It was that sensitive, and we were all being watched. Commending Ramsaran for his support and encouragement along the way, Sabga described him as a decent and caring human being, someone we all enjoyed working for. It ultimately became a very cloak and dagger operation, Sabga said as he recalled standing in front of a children's home in Diego Martin, frustrated and angry after being denied entry into the facility. When he had a call-in with then Prime Minister Basdeo Pandey, not Keith Rowley, he was urged not to give up or give in to the efforts of a few to thwart the investigation. Robert, what you are doing is too important. What you are doing is too important. 97, Kamala Prasad Bisasa says Minister of Education. Please persevere. Don't let any public servant get in your way, was what Pandey told him. And that was the turning point. Sabga said it was this call by Pandey that renewed the committee's resolve. After the task force uncovered evidence of sexual and physical abuse, as well as fraud and misappropriation of government funding at several homes, Recommendations were made for the incarceration of some managers and for criminal charges, or rather charges of criminal negligence, to be laid against others. However, no one has ever been held responsible for the abuse, torture, and fraud that were discovered. 1997. Sabga is saddened to know that very little has changed in the system up to this day, but he's not surprised. High-ranking government official was working against the task force. Let me repeat that. High-ranking government official was working against the task force. This is 1997. To counter the risk of homes that were going to inspect being tipped off, the committee resorted to placing the names of the homes in a box and randomly selecting one on the day that they met, Sabga explained. That way, nobody could call ahead and say the task force is coming. That is how we managed to finally begin to see what was actually going on. Sabga said one particular high-ranking government official had been actively trying to torpedo us from the time we started. She was the one that was tipping off the homes that we were coming to whenever we planned a visit. Naming the post of the government employee who was responsible for rubber stamping and approving who gets what, he said, she basically approved the checks and what was issued to who. He said government employees were receiving kickbacks from some of these homes and turned a blind eye to the unethical and immoral practices there. What we uncovered was a kickback system at the highest level of the ministry. Highest level of the ministry. This is why we couldn't put certain things in the report, because of where the threads led. Manohar himself said to me after he read the report that it was dynamite and he had to be very careful who had access to it beyond cabinet. Sabga said he and his team was strengthened by Ramsaran's unflinching support, for example, as a way to have legal locus standi when investigating the homes. Sabga suggested that Ramsaran appoint each member as an inspector of homes, a position that had been unfilled for many years. Ramsaran did so immediately and without question. Even with this, however, Sabga said the only way to prove financial wrongdoing was via a paper trail, which was just impossible to get a hold of. We couldn't prove it, but we knew what was going on. Up to this day, you still can't prove it. We were told quietly by staff and residents a lot of things we could never prove. Recalling how he had been both lionized and vilified by colleagues and others in his years of advocating for victims of violence, ultimately leading to him being tasked to head the investigation, he said, although he has been vindicated for some of the things he was originally accused of sensationalizing, the bittersweet victory rings hollow as the generational damage has already been done, while morality and decency, fairness and justice have been cast aside. And now, with babies having babies of their own, and a new generation is created every 2 years or so, he measured the social cycles in TNT, estimated in 1995 that it was around every 8 years, and predicted that when social cycles drop below 5 years, there would be incremental societal meltdown. Interesting. Admitting his soul is tired, but he isn't quite ready to give up on trying to fix the country. Sabga is credited with developing a blueprint for social services delivery system that was never implemented, and that, like his report, it has disappeared from the official government files. He ended with a quote from the 1970s progressive rock band Garfield, as he said, "Close your eyes. Oh, close your eyes. You've seen so much. You should be blind by now." 1997. This report was handed in. They were in government 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001. What did they do? What did Kamala do as the Minister of Education? Because some of these children in these homes were going to school. How did she look after their well-being? Since all they want to make it political. Because I heard a couple of people calling Aisha's program yesterday to talk about, well, how you should show the UNC and do nothing, and the UNC. Really? Well, I just read for you, you see what's cloak and dagger business. This report was so sensitive, even though it was sanitized. A lot of the salacious and a lot of the more serious things that happened had to be removed from the report because people were afraid to sign. And then even with a heavily sanitized report, you heard Sabga say he had to meet Manohar Ramsaran in a car park in the other night and looking over your shoulder to see who watching you so you could move the report from your trunk to his trunk. That is how serious it was. You heard fraud, misrepresentation, misappropriation of government funds, torture, all of these things that were in that report. 1997. The goatee lady came back in 2010 as Prime Minister. 5 years, 3 months, and 14 days. Did she say, bring forth that report, let me deal with it? Let me deal with the issues there because I am so concerned. I was planning to deal with it in 97, and then 98, and then 99, and then 2000, 2001 too. But you know, I get tired now. Yeah, I didn't get a chance. But no, I'm Prime Minister, I could do something about it. Did she say that? No. We get children's life on it. We get baby grant. 500 a month to make child. Some of these same children who she wanted to give $500 to make child were probably wards of these homes and abused. Some of these very children that were being made were probably the product of torture and sexual abuse. Yeah? But she wasn't concerned then. But she's so concerned now, and you want heads to roll, madam.
Yeah.
Let me read further. Let me just give you a little snippet here. Where is it? Right. Okay. So this is just part of the executive summary of the report that Mr. Saka mentioned. The first home inspected was St. Jude's Girls Industrial School. During its inspection, the task force documented a great many environmental and health hazards, including rodent and insect infestation. Most alarming, though, were the numerous accounts of particularly brutal episodes of neglect and physical, psychological, and emotional abuse visited on the residence by the manager, Sister Dominic Xavier. The members of the task force were so disturbed by their findings that they sought the urgent intervention of Archbishop Anthony Pantin, as immediately having Sister Dominic removed from her position, indicating that she posed a very real and present danger to the girls of the home. And while this met with his support, he was unable to act on behalf of the Statutory Authorities Service Commission, who were ultimately responsible for her employment. Consequently, the task force has recommended that very strong measures be taken, including legal action against her with the potential for incarceration, as well as the removal of the authority to run St. Jude and the Carmelite Order, and instead vesting same with a qualified management team. Several other recommendations focus on health and medical issues, bedding and furniture, food and nutrition, and placement and overcrowding. The visit to St. Dominic's similarly revealed incidents of extreme abuse and neglect of children housed there. Most distressing of all, though, was the discovery of the repeated sexual abuse of some 30 to 40 children by a male employee. Wow. This is 1997. When discovered, the employee was reprimanded and asked to resign, and then was allegedly supported by the management of St. Dominic's in procuring employment at the St. Anne's Hospital, where he now works. The matter was hushed up, and no medical or psychological intervention of the children affected was initiated. Task Force considered this gross negligence recommended a thorough investigation with full legal implications. It also recommended the termination of President Manager Sister Maria Serret. Other elements documented included sexual harassment, wrongful dismissal, poor living conditions, poor food and nutrition, deterioration of physical infrastructure, and especially water problems. And suggestions and recommendations were made aimed at addressing these are included. 1997. What did Madam Prasad Bisasa do as member of the cabinet, as Minister of Education, to address those concerns highlighted in this 1997 report? Maybe if they had fixed it then, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. Maybe she had fixed it between 2010 to 2015 when, according to her, she had the highest energy revenues in this country's history. Instead of spending money to recycle vagrants, right? Instead of paying millions of dollars more for land than it was valued at, instead of paying hundreds of millions of dollars to outfit building and spend for security and rent on buildings that were never used, perhaps that money could have gone to fixing the problems in these homes. But your memory short, Kamla? Well, I will remind you, and I will also remind your supporters and members of the literati who are so inclined, to come with the folly. If you want to make it political, we can go down that road. I'm ready to do that dance. Anytime. Now you know that. That's just some of the report that I read there. If you want more, I could give you more. Just to show you all up now, and the hypocrisy of that party. You all have no moral authority to talk about nothing and accuse nobody of anything and call for no heads. Understand? At least this administration is now taking affirmative action on it. 126 million and other things to be done, right? To fix it once and for all. That homes that were recommended to be closed a long time ago, that efforts are now in place so to do. But you see, one of the challenges, Bruce, is with and the difficulty with how these homes are run. And you see, if it is you discover that a child or children are being sexually abused, as the case may be, and you remove them from the home, parental home, and put them in these homes. Remember, it's just one straight transition from the parental home to these homes. But some of these children are already the abuse has been taking place for so long that some of them have mentally acclimatized themselves to this, and it's become normal for them. So when you just take them from their parental home and put them in this home, but there is no immediate psychological intervention, no immediate, efforts to speak to them and hear what their story is and try and counsel them, then you're just switching the physical place where the abuse has occurred. Because I could give you an example. When my nephew was about 6 years old, he went to his mother and he told her that his step cousin, his uncle, was in a relationship, and the girlfriend already had a child. And my nephew went to his mother and he said, "Mommy, so and so put her mouth on my penis." And when he told the mother that, she was so taken aback by what she heard. She said, "What you say there?" And the tone in which she said it, because she was so shocked.
Yeah.
My nephew jumped. So he thinking now that he in trouble. So he's like, "Nothing, Mommy." She said, "What you just say that?" And he's like, "Nothing, Mommy." So when she realized, he thinking that he in trouble, that he did something wrong, she had to console him. I said, "Baby, you got no, Mommy not vexed with you, sorry, whatever it is," and stuff. And after doing all of that now, calm him down, and he realized, okay, he told her, so and so put her mouth on my penis, right? Now the girl was 8 years old, Bruce. The girl who did that, 8 years old. And then when they go now and look into it to realize that one of her family members had her doing that. But in her mind, that was something normal. Yeah. Because for you to see a 6-year-old boy and do that, she had become so accustomed, who knows how long that abuse was taking place, that she normalized in her head that nothing wrong with that. And she now going to do that to my nephew. So, so of course there was the necessary interventions and so on. Yeah. But I say, in a case like that, if it is that the authorities had just come and say, let's move this child from where she currently lives and put her into one of these homes, without any, as I said, any sort of psychological or intervention and so on. These children have been groomed so they're easy pickings for abuse, for continued abuse, because the adults in these homes who are inclined to do these things realize, well, hey, it's normal for them. So, that's easy targets there. They're accustomed to doing these things and they don't know better. When you deal with 8, 9, and 10-year-olds, easy, they've already been groomed. And these are some of the problems, and that is why, and these nasty adults who doing these things. After us, you all do have children home. You all do have relatives who are the same ages of these children that you all abusing. You see, easy for you to abuse other people's children, other people's families. But your family is safe, right? And then people want to come now and say the government and do this and the government do that. If it is that there are people who are employed in these homes to treat with these situations, and they themselves engaging in the abuse, what? Well, they want Dr. Rowley to get up and go to each home every day and find out. And what was even more concerning to me was with this latest report. CNC3 interviewed one of the persons who was on the task force that did the investigation. And he said that report that they compiled was just based on interviews of 17 persons who were residents of these homes, only 17. And the amount of material of abuse and claims of abuse that they got from just these 17, you can imagine if they had interviewed many more.
That is it.
What that report would have contained? It's a terrible situation, And I wonder why some of these children, when they leave these homes, why they turn out the way that they are.
And we have to go to the break. So guys, we go to the break and pay some bills, and we'll be right back. Keep it locked to the Street 919 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy.
That's why I will never ever change. Everywhere I go, that's why I will never ever change. If you're watching in your house right now, start the show. Tell them. So when you see me rocking with my friends, it's just a love, it's just a vibe, so yes. And when you see me rocking by myself, tell them it's so far pretend, so me tell them. And when you see the liquor in the air, we live your life like it's no problem. I don't ever do what everybody put your hand in the air. Say, that's why I will never ever change. I'm a zombie plus everywhere I go. So do the dance, so do the dance. Never ever change. I'm a zombie plus everywhere. Put a smile on your face. We tell them a smile at them. Give the vibes away. And a smile at them. Give bad vibes away. We tell them a smile at them. Give the vibes away. And a smile at them. Take a jump again. That's why I will never ever change. I'm a zombie place everywhere I go. I'm a zombie place. I will never ever change. I'm a zombie place everywhere I go. I'm a zombie place.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko in Sangre Grande, for the old-time gospel hour all-night prayer. This and every Friday evening on the Street 919 FM from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Designed with you in mind, this program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife Nikki Garcia for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16 verse 15 says, Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation.
We get a lot from our mom. Her smile, her passion, even her sense of style. Celebrate Mom this Mother's Day with a pair of eyeglasses that are unforgettable, just like her. Save up to $1,200 off complete eyeglasses at Value Optical and choose from top eyewear brands Prada, D&G, MK, Tuscany, and more. Give Mom the best eye care experience to show her how much you care. Available at all Value Optical locations and ends May 15th. Conditions apply. Value Optical. Expert care for your eyes.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. You don't know.
Life takes us along so many roads. Some are planned, others can take unexpected turns that may cause us to worry. A home equity loan from TTMF can give you the means to navigate these turns that require major financing. With up to 30 years to repay, you can use the value in your home to consolidate debt, finance medical expenses, for tertiary education, home renovation, and other major expenses. Call or visit our website at ttmf-mortgages.com to find out more about our home equity loan. Let us help you steer those financially challenging journeys. TTMF, from here to home.
Get great specials and extra foods plenty for $20. Rajapuri curry powder, 4 for $20. Mini Moo milk, 5 for $20. Gala apples, 10 for $20. Split peas, 5 packs for $20. MP Chana, 4 for $20. Lion's baking powder, 4 for $20. Hair tracks, 5 for $20. And so much more. Sale ends May 9th. And check us out on Facebook and Instagram for even more specials. Extra Foods, always extra for less.
Mom loves to comment on the pictures you post.
That's my daughter. I remember when she was in Pampers.
And call during those important meetings. Hello?
Leroy, you want food later?
Mom, I'm in a meeting. But what you cook? Show Mom more love with great Mother's Day specials from B-Mobile. Get a 30-day prepaid plan for only $100. Handsets with any postpaid plan starting at $499. Plus, 1 month free service and 25% off for 11 months when you switch to B-Mobile. It's more love for moms with B-Mobile.
Well. Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion boarding at Kings Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy boarding at St. Michel, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, and 299-4227, or email us at coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM.
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
For the repairing of the breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinal Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach Radio program with Bishop Showin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle every Monday from 9:05 a.m. to 9:55 a.m. right here on the street 919 FM.
From the studio to the stage every Friday between 3 to 4 p.m. right here on the street 919 FM. Radio you can see. Log on to our Facebook and YouTube so you can see live interviews and performances from some of our very own local superstars right here on the street 919 FM.
you experiencing terror, experiencing pain, poor mood, stress driving you insane. Free yourself from all this hell. Something alive yet to make you well. Dispel all the ills that your body stores and prevent yourself from producing more. Don't worry, nothing will trouble you, cause the fountain alive here to protect you. For info, call 620-9379 or 309-4697.
Shop at New City Mall and check out our premium selection of high-quality clothing and accessories for men and women. Save on all items with competitive prices and courteous service throughout the entire mall. New City Mall is located in the heart of Port of Spain with entrances at 3 Charlotte Street and number 41 Independence Square. We offer a variety of shirts, long and short sleeve, round and V-neck tops, vests, caps, hats, sunglasses, briefs, boxers, shorts, swim trunks, denim, jeans, long and 3/4, socks, sneakers, casual and athletic, shoes, dressy and fashionable, dresses, formal and casual, skirts, lingerie, undergarments, and a wide range of accessories. Come check us out, as we also have clothing and accessories like Levi's, Clarks, Armani Exchange, Hollister, American Eagle, Ralph Lauren, Nike Air Force and Air Max, Puma, Adidas, Timberland, Academics, Aeropostale, Old Navy, Forever 21, Hanes, Dockers, Guess, Converse, and so much more. We have barbers, hairstylists, as well as weave and wigs on sale. All at New City Mall. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram. Sale, sale, sale.
There's a new drink that's transforming what you expect from a beverage. U-Juice is 100% natural and has the power of red ginseng, turmeric, ginger, and the world's strongest antioxidant, astaxanthin. Your new favorite drink has arrived. U-Juice, en route to the ultimate you.
U-Juice. How about me drink bigger than natural boost?
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The Titans of Democracy on the Street 919 FM.
So welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're locked on to the Street 919 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Dominic Romaine and Bruce Swain.
Turn up the volume. Yeah. Right. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So the other topical issue, again, UNC. People don't like it. All their business, like matter. I'll jam them anyway. any time, Bruce. I'm not playing with them, right? So the Couture and Bacchanal party, right? Looking to make allegations of corruption against this government for after 7 years, or almost 7 years, and nothing of substance. All the mud that they felt and they ain't getting it. Right? They jump on Foster Cummins bandwagon. Okay. First they start about Foster Cummins. It's not now. It's a couple years now. Cameron Foster Cummins case. I don't know if she have a crush on Ian Farris. She probably have a crush on Dr. Rowley too, but she realized she can't get through with none of that. Understand? Yeah, because as I said, she turned 70 on the 22nd of April and she looks very much her age, perhaps even a little more than that. So perhaps she needs to avoid the sours a little bit now. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, right.
Yeah. The plant-like substances and these things, tend to have an impact on the way that you look and makes you look a lot older than you are. Well, so I've heard. I've never partook of any of these things and I have no intentions of ever doing so. But she only on Foster case, they stalking the man, they're talking about who's spying and spying. But listen, spying doesn't only involve all of these technical gadgets and so on. When it is that you're playing Inspector Clouseau, right, and Pink Panther, and you're following the man and you're hiding behind tree, like in them in their movies used to have on Sunday afternoon, Bruce, where they're running and they're behind tree and watching. So yeah, so you're in a car and you're taking picture of the man vehicle park up outside the company business and trying to make allegations and so on, right? Okay, you're making all kind of allegations with respect to land whatnot. So they get this special branch report, right? Okay. It was interesting to see what a special branch report looked like, But anyway, Bruce, I have a question. I am no lawyer, right? Once upon a time, I considered studying law, and then I got roping into finance. But anyway, I am trying to ascertain. Jayanti Lakshmi, the one who bust the mark, how she get it? First of all, right? And see, there's a problem. This party that they call the United National Congress, they have no respect for confidentiality.
Nope,
yeah?
None.
If it's not a memo from the police, it's a cabinet note, it's something. They always have documents, or they get in these documents, so clearly they have plans all over the place. We're not surprised about that because, yeah, you have some people out there who are hell-bent on having that disgusting party come back into office. But anyway, I'll say this as a caveat. Not everybody in that party bad, right? But to support that party, you're not playing with a full deck. Right? The elevator not going all the way up to the last floor. But still, there are some good people. But I'll make this point, right? Jayanti Lakshmi as an attorney at law, Kamla Prasad Bisesa as an attorney at law, senior counsel, and several other attorneys. The People's Partnership. I think the member of Parliament for Shogunas, West Ram Ali, whatever the hell his name is. I think he's an attorney too. I think Munilal have some legal credentials. I think that disgusting excuse for a human being, I wouldn't even call him a human being. Andy Roberts, I think he has some legal background too, right? Are they familiar with a term called tipping off? Right? I am not saying that Mr. Cummings is guilty of anything. I don't know. I'm not the police. I'm not involved in an investigation. But if I see a memo that says at the top of it, secret. Secret. You know what secret means? Get a dictionary. Well, you want me to define it for you. Secret. It says to me that only certain eyes are supposed to see that document. It says to me that that document, or rather that document is supposed to be limited to certain people. And further to that, information in respect of that investigation should be limited. Now, by and large, based on what Mr. Cummings has said in response to the leak of this memo and so on, and explaining himself, clearly he was unaware that he was the subject of such an investigation. Be that as it may, Jayanti Lakshmi ought to know that there's something called tipping off, which is illegal. It is against the law, right? You all recall when Kamla Prasad Bisesa allegedly told Marlene McDonald that the police was coming for her, that her arrest was imminent, and the police wanted to launch an investigation into that with the possibility of laying charges against Mrs. Prasad Bisesa, possibly for tipping off. And the only reason she got away by the skin of her teeth was because Marlene McDonald refused to cooperate with the police and give a statement on the matter. And because Marlene didn't give a statement, the police had nothing to go on, and Kamla got away. Otherwise, all know she, like several of her former colleagues, would have been before the courthouse, right? So what is the difference between Jayanti Lakshmi mounting a platform, holding up a document and read out? So, hey, so, look, Pastor Cummings under investigation and for so and so and so and so. And Jayanti Lakshmi picking up the phone and calling Pastor Cummings and say, here now, I hear they investigating here now. Yeah. And okay, somebody sent me something in my mailbox here, but it's serious. Yeah. What's the difference? Why isn't Jayanti Lakshmi being investigated for tipping off? Because, again, I'm not saying that Mr. Cummings is guilty of anything. I don't know, and I hold no brief from Mr. Cummings. I'm not his attorney. I'm not his mouthpiece. But let's just say on the off chance that he was. And she called him and tell him, hey, look, so, there's the information with it. Then he could have just jumped on a plane and head out and not come back.
Yeah.
You know, like as my boy from Barata, I just call him Mamu, SIS, who went Panama for vacation and has not been seen in the last 7 years. Yeah. So if something as simple as Kamla Prasad Bisesa allegedly telling Marlene McDonald, hey, girl, I hear the police coming for you, I hear they coming and lock you. And she was to have been the potential subject of a police investigation, possible charges to be laid for tipping off. Why isn't Jayanti Lakshmidia being investigated for possibly tipping off? Because that's what you did. If the man was not aware that he was the subject of an investigation, a secret investigation, based on what the memos say, and you come on a platform, look at here. Yeah? If the police wanted Mr. Cummins to know he was being investigated, they would have called him and say, you need to come in for question. Or they might have visited him at his office or at his home or at his business, wherever. So, you know, as an attorney at law and who should understand these things, jump up on a platform and basically belt out, hey, we are going faster. We're investigating you.
Dominic, we keep saying that, you know. We keep saying this particular sentence, you as an attorney and should know better. Clearly, they don't know.
But you see, there's the problem, Bruce. Nobody ain't talking that. Because sometimes it seems they just had to make noise about these things for the police to do their work. Right? That's what they need to do sometime. Because by now, I would have thought that rather that at the same time that the police was called upon to corroborate the veracity or the validity of that document, the authenticity of that document, is at the same time the media should ask, so does this fall under the definition of tipping off, and are you all going to be having a conversation with Jayanti Lakshmidia as to how she came into possession of this document to ascertain who is the leak in the police service? Because that to me is misbehavior in public office. And some officer or officers need to be the subject of an investigation by the Professional Standards Bureau.
That's
Clearly.
Right. That is right.
Yeah, I've seen that. The media nothing, oh no, we only want to hear about Foster. Tell we more now. Yeah, we want to get Foster. Finally, oh gosh, like we get one boy. After 7 years, like you finally get one. That's all they're interested in. But you're not interested in the integrity of the police service, Commissioner of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. You're not concerned about possible leaks. You're not concerned about total disregard for confidentiality. This is thing that could cause people to lose work. In the private sector, they would say, we have lost confidence in you, and on that basis, we would have to tell you, thanks. Please leave. There is no confidentiality. And this is not the first time, because clearly whoever told Kamla Prasad Bisesa, hey, the arrest is imminent, we're going to lock up Mali. Since then, and probably even before that. And again, the UNC ought to understand. You see, you're looking to play cheap politics. But at the end of the day, if it is that you are telling me that we are vying to become the next government, but when things like that come to us, and we understand the ramifications, because by us receiving this document, first of all, from unofficial means and unofficial sources, so this isn't something that, okay, we filed for freedom of information request and we got this. This is something that was leaked to us, which means that there is a lack of integrity in the police service, which means this is a breach of confidentiality, which means that somebody, by having access to this confidential document, leaking it, right, is tantamount to misbehavior in public office. You are aiding and abetting the commission of a crime.
Sure, right.
That is what you have done as an attorney at law. You, Kamla, and the whole rest of all who are lawyers. Is it any wonder then that we question the SC for Mrs. Prasad Bisesa? As Mr. Hines has said, SC, MP, and it's just the A missing between those 4 letters. Yeah, but we're not talking that. I want to know that. Where is Martin George, who always have an opinion on everything, the Jockey Shorts Awards man? Where is he? You understand that? You are an attorney. Speak on it. Tell the people. Is this a case for an investigation into tipping off one? And is it a case where you have members of the opposition who are telling you they want to be government ministers, are aiding and abetting in the commission of a crime, misbehavior in public office? Because I am certain that there would be consequences for this document being leaked, right? And whoever is responsible for leaking it, if the commissioner were to find out who this person is, would take action against such person, whether it be suspension or if this person is to be charged or whatever it is, as the case may be. But you have aided this person in committing, at the very least, dereliction of duty.
I say
a breach of confidentiality, and you're okay with it.
I say charge.
They should be charged. And this is a case for the Professional Standards Bureau to investigate. Yeah. And I am saying Jayanti Lakshmi should be investigated as well. And the public needs to know if this falls under the rubric of tipping off. And again, I say if it is Foster Cummins was unaware that he's the subject of such an investigation, you get this confidential report and you come and read it out on a public platform. Albeit that you didn't call Foster Cummins directly to tell him, but the fact is you put it out to the public domain. So now he's aware, not saying that he's guilty of anything. Right? So whoever is the officer or officers that gave you and continues to furnish you all with this information, they should be sweating bricks all now. But no, all of a sudden, sources is not important. No. What is important is the substance in the document. And Rodney Charles. But in 2013, when he made it, we want to know who's the source, reveal your source. Chutney, tamarind sauce, mango sauce, according to what's new. My son, she pays long like a mango sauce, according to what's new. Well, it was concerned about sauce then, but sauce is not important now, Now, forget it was. Yes, about the substance in the document. Well, they're blasted hypocrites. The Commissioner of Police needs to make a statement. People need to know, you have to put a stop to this. What are you doing to plug the leaks in the police service? Is this investigation now compromised because of what Jayanti Lakshmi has done? And what you as a commissioner intend to do about it? What other sensitive information is being leaked? And Kamala Prasad-Bissessar hinted at this a couple of weeks ago when she first raised the issue of talking about Foster Cummins, and I think she would have said that, they have other information or whatever as the case may be. So then she too can be held culpable if it is that she was aware of this document. Is it that they spent the last 2 weeks trying to decide, should we or shouldn't we? Should we or should Go brave. Jayanti, where is it? You'll go brave, forget on what you want to they'll be so focused on that and Foster, they have time nobody's studying about tipping off. Really? Again, if Kamala Prasad-Bissessar could have been, possibly, if Marlene McDonald had cooperated with the police, the subject of an investigation for possible tipping off and charges to be laid, just by telling Marlene the police coming for you. I hear the police coming to arrest you imminently. Right? This is after the investigation was completed and so on, and they'd reached the point of having to take Miss McDonald in for questioning. Clearly, if the police is, doing an investigation, clearly they haven't gotten to that point yet with respect to Foster Cummins, so they are still at the evidence gathering stage, if there's any evidence of anything, one way or the other, right? So they haven't gotten to that point yet. So clearly this investigation is still at a very sensitive stage. So questions need to be answered with respect to that. All right. So maybe all of these eminent attorneys and senior counsel, according to former President Carmona, these men and women of letters, who always have a comment for everything, and the media always hounding you all to talk a talk. Right? Maybe you all should come out and say something. Advise the public, please. Where the jockey shorts man? He's still in Mexico. He's still in Melee. But Melee done more than a week now. Where is he? Where is he? Quiet.
Man in the
Where is
after party.
Yeah, where Banas James? Or is it that you and your brother Winford always only comment on everything Tobago? You're all sub-commenting on national issues now. You're not interested in that? Especially since all your boy, or my partner from New Jersey, your partner, your boy, who is the transformational leader.
Eddie Man, them cheerleader.
Yeah. Y'all stop commenting on national issues. We're only focusing on Tobago. I just asking a question. I want to know because to me, I find charges should be laid.
Dominic, they were just bringing information.
Oh, okay. That's how it is? That's how it works?
Just bringing information. Just providing the public with the necessary information so that they know what's going on.
Right. Okay. All right. You see why it is people end up saying that in this country, ranking officials and stuff, do ever get judged? Again, I'm not casting any aspersions on Mr. Cummings. He seems like a very decent individual. And as far as I'm aware, above board, and the Prime Minister is supporting him.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, however this investigation goes, perhaps Mr. Cummings may have recourse for a lawsuit against Jayanti Lakshmi, the misleader of the opposition, and others for even bringing this investigation into the public domain, bringing his name into disrepute and odium. Right? Let the investigation be completed. Let the outcome be known. If there are charges to be laid, then so be it. Then, but all the cart before the horse. As they talk about pre-trial, there's something called pre-trial publicity, which is why when cases are before the court, you're not allowed to speak of it as sub judice because you could prejudice the outcome. Because remember, if it's a case that has to go to trial, and based on things that are said in the public domain, we don't know who's going to be selected as the jury. And if people form opinions in their head based on what they hear on the radio, on the TV, or what they read in the newspapers, that can have a material impact on how they would render judgment, which is why these things should not be spoken of. All right? But I am saying that in the event that, Bruce, and the outcome, if the outcome is that the police finding is that there is no case against Mr. Cummings, you still have done damage because you know what? The members of the electorate will run and say, yeah, you see, Rowley will be called the commissioner and tell him this and that, and the police, and they interfere with the police and whatnot, and the police just saying it and they in fact have no case because. So people will not have confidence in the police service simply because. So at this point, if the outcome is not charges, the police service corrupt. But they're not corrupt for leaking the information that an investigation is ongoing.
You see the fact that Mr. Cummings dealing with the youth?
Yes.
And is a favorite with the youth for all that he's doing? That is the problem right there. That there, that is the problem. That is the problem.
Because that's who everybody targeting, eh? Watson targeted.
Yes.
Gary want to target the youth. Everybody is the youth and the youth and the youth because they figured
you see Gary wanting to target the youth. That he I ain't seen that in his favor at all.
Yeah.
Because some of the so-called youths you're targeting is who he was calling cockroaches.
Correct.
So I ain't seen it happening for him, Dominic. And then the next one talking about I can't remember we say with the people and them all and they should stay in the house and you
Watson he said that Kamla and Dr. Rowley should go home and mind the grandchildren and
so you one disrespectful to the youths and the next one disrespectful to the elderly. So I know all you plan to make out all you really plan to do this thing, but all you done start bad already. All you done starts bad already.
Correct. But before we open the lines, Bruce, there's just one other thing I wanted to touch on. Our friend from New Jersey. I was saying, I can't remember if it was Sunday. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear one day or if we read that he's a deputy political leader or is to be made a deputy political leader at the PDP. Because apparently the only criteria to become a deputy political leader is that you need to be an excellent brown noser for Watson Duke. So that is the party of toilet paper. Yeah? Collect your roll of toilet paper on your way inside to see what's. Yeah, because you're going to need it when you come out. Because that's all you do. Brown nose. Suzette Lower said nice things about him. Oh my, yes. I want to make her a deputy political leader. Yeah? So, the toilet paper factory up here by me, and I've given the $5 million US loan facility. Well, they stand security for them. And the loan, I think, has been repaid. And in fact, the company is doing well. 400 jobs were saved. But we do like to talk about the 400 plus jobs that were saved, right? No, they give the other people actually a loan for $5 million. They didn't get a loan. They provided guarantee to the Exim Bank, right? They saved the company. The company is now doing well, and the jobs have been saved. But all you're always concerned how much the jobs lost and job loss, and people blasted hypocrites. Anyway, so I see where apparently the Minister of Energy, Stuart Young, had an interview with a host from CNN. Let's see if I get it here. I can't remember the guy's name. I want to show you how disingenuous some people are. We claim that we are poor country, right? Right. Richard Quest. So apparently Mr. Young got an interview on Mr. Quest. I've seen him from time to time, but apparently he's a thing on CNN. He's one of the well-known hosts on CNN.
Okay.
In order to discredit the interview or the significance of the interview, right? Because I mean, based on who Mr. Quest is a big thing. Here, what my friend from New Jersey did, right? Put up a post on his Facebook page. Fact or fiction? Minister of Energy Stuart Young to be interviewed by CNN personality Richard Quest. And here he tries to downplay the interview and to sully it. Right, by CNN personality Richard Quest, who was busted in Central Park in 2008 with drugs in his pocket, a rope around his neck that was tied to his genitals, and a sex toy in his boot, law enforcement said. Right?
Booty. Oh boy.
Yeah. That's the lengths that we go to. So, lest people should say, well, hey, Mr. Young is being interviewed on CNN and so on, and rate it up now. Let me mash up the party one time. Let me come and discredit the host. So if it is that you all want to, get any leverage off of this what may be considered a high-profile interview, let me discredit the host and see some of the nastiest things. What is the significance of that?
What is it?
I want to ask my friend from New Jersey, what is the significance of it? What was the point of you doing that? You can't say nothing about Stuart Young, and you figure that because Mr. Quest is an international journalist and so on, of upstanding and renown, that could somehow give a fillip or a booster to the government, right? That CNN, forget Mr. Quest, CNN is interviewing Stuart Young. So lest the government should get any mileage off of that, let me come and throw a spoke in the wheel and pour cold water on the interview from the outside by discrediting the host. This is a professor, right? He says, I think he's a professor in business studies or some kind of something. So, really, professor? You're proud of yourself? You proud of yourself? Really?
Something wrong with that boy,
Yeah.
Something really wrong with him. Really wrong with him.
Shame. Ring the bell. Shame. Shame, Professor. Shame on you this morning. You disappoint me there. You see? I try to love you, But when them people beating up on you, look for your licks. You do real nonsense sometimes. But that is not going to, if that was your intention, is to pour cold water on the interview, I'm sure it's still going to receive the traction that it rightly deserves. I'm sure that Mr. Young, who might I add is a CIC old boy, will do very well in that interview. And let me reiterate, he's a Saints old boy, yeah, like myself. Anyway, Bruce, you could open the lines. I just thought I would throw that in there for good measure. Right. I'm certain my friend from New Jersey is not a CIC old boy. Thank God for that.
Oh gosh. Guys, you can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. I think I'm still feeling the effects of Sunday night, yes?
What happened Sunday night, man?
Boy, I went and play out first time, play out. Boy.
After 2 years?
Still feeling the effects.
WD-40?
Boy. Oh gosh, caller, good morning. Hello. Hey. Caller.
Hello.
Yes.
Morning, Dominic. Morning,
Nice.
Brucey.
Morning.
Yeah,
Morning.
Okay. Morning to all the callers and listeners on 91.9, Mr. Transponder, Puna, Zina, Manu, Sawa, everybody, all the Golden Girls. My concern with when you see these things happening, Dominic and Bruce, if it was a public officer, I think this wrongs public officers. Yes, they may have been caught in whatever act they're doing, but they are hauled before the courts and lost their job very fast. This wrongs. How it is they're not acting so fast on other persons within our society? Is it because they have money? Is it, I'm asking, is it the police afraid to go around these people because they know who their lawyers is and that kind of thing? Why are we not being treated equal with anything at all? And Mrs. Kamla Prasad's sister doesn't have any credibility. It goes right back to the Dansuk matter and how they would have destroyed the lives of Eric, the member there who was the Minister of Energy at the time, Eric Williams, and Mr. Franklin Khan, God rest his soul, would have totally destroyed those persons that, well, Mr. Khan was able to rebound to some level, but we never heard about Mr. Williams again. And Dansuk would have come out and said who was behind all that, to say that these two men were involved in bribes and all that. So when you hear these kind of things, and her name is always mentioned, and the fact you all talk about her being a lawyer and all that, she gave herself, tell me as Dominic does say, what case did Kamla Prasad Bisesa ever done in this country that we say, okay, she did that. You don't even hear anything about her, so how she got still? So it questions her eligibility as a lawyer also. But to me, the UNC, and they know exactly what they're doing, and these things they're doing is not about good governance. It's not about equality. It's not about country. She said it. She tell Basambat, you're talking about country. It's about country. It's about party. Go to hell. She said it. It's all about getting back into office by any means necessary. And the media, we would have heard that the media under their tenure was living nice. So apparently some of them who were living nice, I'm just saying, I don't know for sure, they probably are afraid now to really ask the hard questions. But it is easier to lambaste the PNM and lambaste PNM members and all that. Is easier to do that because it will look as if they're in line with what they were doing all the time. So let us pamper the UNC because under them we were getting things nice and cushy. But under PNM, we don't get nothing. So we had to continue to sing for we supper. I am just asking and giving an opinion. But again, the UNC or the leadership of UNC know exactly what they are doing. We feel they don't know. Yes, it is all a part of this strategy. Let us demonize Dr. Rowley and the PNM. Let us demonize the ministers. If we hear anything, we're going to blow it out of proportion because we want in people's mind to say, nah, PNM couldn't be in office for 7 years and no corruption, boy. So it had to be something. It's all about the red herring and throwing out red flags. You all have a blessed day and reach home safely. Bye.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I am pushing back. Kamla must go because if I'm to go with the Dansuk matter, let's assume that what Lakshmi Diyal threw out is not true. Let me go down that road to say something. That ain't true. Didn't this bring some level of discredibility? Because when you listen to Dumb and Dumber on Saturday, they ain't called no name, but if you understand the direction and where they was going, that leaves the gentleman's character into question because then the UNC go come up with its storyline. The police, the PNM, chain up the police commissioner, so nothing ain't happened to the gentleman. They ain't gonna lock him up because he's a PNM and the commissioner of police is a PNM. You understand what I'm saying? And we still have these people in the parliament. Let's assume it ain't true. So she's still going to be sitting down in the parliament, just like Kamla is sitting down presently and Munilal after the Dansuk matter and many others. Are we still going to allow these people to sit down in our parliament? And let's assume now it is true. Let's assume it is true, even make it worse, that the police commissioner has people leaking information. And I find the police commissioner should have some conversation with that lady to find out who dropped this thing in your mailbox or when did you get it. and try and figure out where this leak is in the police service. Because if you could tell me about the government, then you could have information on the opposition and the present matters that is before the court where the opposition is concerned. So I have questioned Mr. Police Commissioner. I would like this thing to come and finish. I would like to know where this lady getting this information and whether or not you are going to stop this leak from the pool, because it's not the first time we get in this thing from the pool. And I them have a whole document print out, you know. Them do better than the papers. So come on, Police Commissioner. Is either we get to know from you, is a fabrication of story, or we have to go along that the information is true. So therefore the police has a drastic leak that you have to try and solve. Not so, gentlemen? Enjoy it.
Yep. Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Jenny, what form of hypocrisy? You are a hypocrite. Where you on one side, all like that? Huh? Shame on all you.
But go from here this hour the morning, just do it yourself now, boy.
Where is the hypocrisy? The question, where is the hypocrisy? You see, and this is the problem that I have with them in August, right? You're not concerned that there is a leak in the police service. No. You're not concerned about that, right? That's sensitive information. Regardless of whether or not the man is being investigated, let the chips fall where they may. If he is guilty, let him press charges. And if he's innocent, he's exonerated, as the case may be. But there is a leak in the police service. That is tantamount to misbehavior in public office. You're not concerned about that. That is not an issue for you, right? But you have the audacity to call and say that Jenny hypocrite and whatever. Really? Where is the hypocrisy? Tipping off. If in fact there is any guilt to be had, then Jayanti Lakshmi had no damn right to go on a public platform and speak about that document, because it clearly said secret at the top. You need a dictionary to understand what the term secret means?
Apparently so.
Look.
Apparently so.
Too early this morning, eh? Too early. Shims. Yeah, that one like looking for Mark Tobos.
Yeah.
Morning, man. Morning, man.
Morning, Bruce.
Morning.
Yeah. But where that fella come from? Them fellas, you see, most fellas go out here, you know, they reading nothing, but they listening and they hearing. And when they hear something, they hear everything, or they know everything, and they jump on it and talk as well as stupid. I wonder what they look in the neighbor eye. Or if they have a girlfriend or a wife, and the wife has some more sense than the wife to the stupid, or some kind of thing. Anyway, what is my camera film in any kind of courthouse or any kind of thing, whoever, and you're a senior counsel, you fight any big case, you win any case, any kind of thing. I want to find out if it's that thing. You know, I buy my popcorn last night, Dominic, and I use it this morning. I get the foul on them because that nothing was paying properly that they could sit down and enjoy your popcorn. The only famous camera post that Mr. Sad is when we sing. Yeah, I wanted that thing a piece or thing a con. The DA wasn't too sure fall on the woman foot. That's the only thing to make you famous. She foot swell, she can't walk. And up to now, she still can't walk because liquid going down the stomach are gone.
Caller, good morning.
Hello, morning.
Yeah, morning.
Yeah.
Morning.
Yeah, jumping on the bandwagon. Morning to all the Titans. Morning to you, Mr. Bruce, what's up? Yeah. We, in the PNM, if you're guilty, you're guilty, you know. But there's a more substantive issue that they have no concern with. They have no problem with that. And if that is the modus operandi. Sell out, load up, blow cover. Listen, there's a plethora of issues by we know who that is literally expose everything, you know. To imagine a report was laid in the parliament that would subjudice a issue. I don't know if you remember that, Dominic. It was laid in the parliament, and it was said that because that issue was laid in the parliament, it made the issue that was under investigation sub judice. So it was deliberately done, and this is the modus operandi, and this is what we're concentrating on, brother. We understand there are questions, whatever, but what we're concentrating on is the compromising of the national security of Trinidad and Tobago, because nobody is above the law. And to twist the issue, to say how we being hypocrites, that is we not being hypocrites. If the person guilty, they guilty. If they get catch, they get catch. But what is this? Finding out information and releasing it into the public, and that is not no flying saucer engine science. You understand? I wouldn't call it is a long name for the flying saucer engine, and that's what they're trying to make it out to be. Right? And it is not good for the country when it have people in the Secret Service and the Police Service leaking national security issues. Stay on your topic, boy, Dominic and Bruce. Later, have a nice day.
Yeah, man, bless. Caller, good morning. Morning.
I tried to know how long to get me by.
Listen to me on the phone, not the radio.
All right. You hear me good now?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Always have time to take on UNC, you know. UNC gonna lose over 10 seats for the next election. That's the end of them by 2025. The people getting fed up for them, everybody getting fed up for them. As Dominic does say, a bunch of deplorables. So don't worry about them. Judgment coming on them. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Caller, good morning.
Hi, morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
All right. Dominic and Bruce is a probe. You know, is a probe? If somebody bring information to a police officer to tell them that, look, listen, this is what happening here, this person is doing this person is doing that. So the police is going to probe it. Now, police and them has to get the evidence. So if they have to like stake out to see and to think, so they're just going through. But I was listening to a program yesterday, and the person was reading out the leak probe, what it is in the probe. I'm not 100% sure about it, so I'll ask you all if you all could probably get that copy and see if you can read it also. Because based on what I understand from it, is the location and where the complaint is, the people are saying it falls under the opposition corporation. So what is happening in terms of land and this and that? Well, Foster Cummings would have said he didn't. That was not government land that he got from the government. You know, he purchased the land from a normal citizen who was selling. You know, and his wife's property was purchased from a normal citizen who had the land, and they bought it. But you see, what they want to do is to create the hype and the thing that and exactly what they do there to say that is a cover up, and the PNM cover up, and exactly what I was saying, Dominic, that the Prime Minister would have tell the police commissioner and put that in the minds of the followers, you know, to keep them ready for them, because when the election bell ring, they going on that misinformation. But that same UNC want to govern us, right? But here it is, that they're renting. They celebrated 30 years renting. They have made financial supporters, activists, and even ministers, millionaires and billionaires. And the UNC party has no place of its own. They upset a rum shop, right? So you can imagine they form the government and run the government like that, because Kamala said it, you know. It's not about country, it's about party. And the party is not about the UNC, and the party is about who is the people who make up the party. And the cabal, you see the top ones in them, from the top come down, the cabal, that inner circle called the cabal, is about them. Thank you very much.
Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Caller, morning.
Hi, morning.
Morning.
Dominic, some years ago, you was the one who lambasted.
Yeah, no is you calling back. I your number now, partner. No is you calling back. Caller, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Bruce Wayne. Good morning, Dominic.
Morning.
Morning.
Why is that harassing you this morning, boy? And that sound like one of them most new people, you know, at PDP. Anyway, Dominic, the whole problem is that we're going to have this problem with all these leaks, you know, because remember, the opposition has their people in every single department, you know. So it cannot compromise. So, that's what I say. They have every move, they have moves within every section of the government institution. That is why she could bust her mark every Monday night. So, I don't know how they will probably, unless the government go radical like what Joseph Stalin did back in the days of the communism thing, where they put out every single cook and nanny in every institution. We're going to have this problem. Right? And it's getting very ridiculous. And this thing with Mr. Foster coming is a political move because remember Mr. Watson is making, want to make inroads in the PNM areas. They reckon that this fellow is very popular with the young people, particularly with the YAC program. And now they want to bust his shoulder. Remember, just some months ago it was Faris. Well, remember that? It was Faris.
Yeah.
No, it's Foster. And then they might go after Miss Diana Westerroy too, because she too is in a very important seat to the go east. And was a new contestant that seat in 2020. So look at the pattern. That's what I have to say, yeah? Okay.
See. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, good morning, Bruce.
Morning.
There is two questions I'd like to ask about corruption. There is a very high profile one involving a minister stepdaughter. What happened with that case? Where is she now? Is she in the country? What happened to the case with the drug bust at Gary Griffin? No, that is a good question. And then we could face if there is corruption in the government.
Okay.
I would listen offline.
We have about 2 minutes again, Dominic.
Well, I mean, like so many other high-profile cases, after the original hype, we don't really hear what's taking place. And perhaps it would be nice if we could hear from the police maybe one of these days, if we're so fortunate to have an interview with the commissioner. What is the process of conducting an investigation? What does it entail, really? Because, as in the case of the high-profile prison gate investigation that has been ongoing for 9 years now, Bruce, 9 years. Lawyers, one of whom practically confessed. And yet still that investigation is still ongoing, right? So I think the caller was alluding to Stuart Young's stepdaughter, well, former stepdaughter, the issue. But again, once the police do their work, the young lady would have been charged along with accomplices and so on.
Yeah.
So once the charges are laid, that matter is now out of the hands of the police. It is for it to come before the court, the magistrate's court. They have their preliminary inquiry to determine whether or not a prima facie case has been made out against them, and then the matter would proceed to the High Court, the assizes, and so on, for trial. So it is now out of the police hands. They've done their work, they did their investigation, charges were laid, so it is now before the courts, and we know how the court system is in this country. Very, very slow. The magistrate's court is tied up with thousands and thousands of cases. So most of the time when these cases are called, and I'm sure that it would have been called several times since charges were laid, and what would usually happen is there's an adjournment to another date, and so on. The DPP's office has to be ready. And we have to remember the DPP's office is working with a limited staff, having to prosecute all of these thousands of cases, Bruce. Yeah. So it's that some people, a prosecutor to this case, look what happened in the case of Schoon. Son. Yeah. Where even the defendant, I think they said, didn't show up to in court. Mr. Schoon didn't show up. And so when these things happen, these matters would not be dealt with expeditiously, again, because the magistracy is overburdened with thousands and thousands of cases. So it is difficult for these cases to be dealt with. And remember, you're talking about testimony from witnesses and all manner of things and stuff. Because at the end of the day, the defense is seeking to have the case thrown out at that level. And the DPP's office is saying, look, we believe that we have sufficient evidence to take this the full gamut and before a trial, before jury or judge alone, whichever one they choose, and have the matter dispensed with. Yeah, so it may be a very, very long time before we see any outcome with respect to that matter. Again, because it is just one of several cases that has found itself within the cogs of the magistracy, and by extension, the wider judiciary in general and to me. So, yeah.
Well, guys, we go into a break, and we will be right back, so keep it locked. We'll be back.
Went up Panorama, stage was good. I come back for the Mashra, stage was good. If I fucking is carnival, stage was good. It was a sing my part, a paradise. But when I come back on carnival day, and I hear the big truck start to play, tell them when me and my sing truck just don't discover. They said the stage not good again. The stage not good again. They said the stage not good again. After we jump up on that bed, you know the hey, we come to mash it up, sell it up, and turn it over. Mash it up, sell it up, and turn it over. We mash it up, sell it up, and turn it over. Mash it up, sell it up, and turn it over. So you're rocking the face, up and so you're rocking the face, up and you're rocking the face. Rocking the market. So bad. Georgia check. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. When I went to Panorama, the stage was good. I want to hear them. Yeah, everybody listen. When I went to Panorama, I come back for the Mashra. Stage was good. Even King's Carnival. Stage was nice. It was a paradise. Keep it up. But when I come back, hold on. But when I come back on Carnival Day, and I hear the big truck start to play, tell them when I was judge and ding dong and humor, tell them it's trouble because you are not good again. Love you. Love. Yeah.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Monday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m. and every Wednesday evening from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. live on the street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, gogi, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health, performance, and disease. Listen to Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 9:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7 p.m. on the street 919 FM as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079, 516-286-7079, or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com.
experience again. The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion boarding at Kings Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy boarding at Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, and 299-4227, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Celebrate mom with style this Mother's Day with up to 20% off all ladies clothing at Detour. For active moms, choose from Detour's extensive activewear line. For office and professional moms, Detour offers jackets, cardigans, shirts, trousers, and more. And of course, great casual choices in tops, denim, jeans, and blouses. Plus, discover Lex, an exclusive label for every woman. Make Mom's Day unforgettable with 20% off all styles for mom. Only at Detour.
Mom loves to comment on the pictures you post
That's my daughter. I remember when she was in Pampers.
and call during those important meetings. Hello?
Leroy, you want food later?
Mom, I'm in a meeting. But what you cook? Show Mom more love with great Mother's Day specials from B-Mobile. Get a 30-day prepaid plan for only $100. Handsets with any postpaid plan starting at $499. Plus, 1 month free service and 25% off for 11 months when you switch to B-Mobile. It's more love for moms with B-Mobile.
The deals are at East Side Plaza, located at number 32 Charlotte Street in Port of Spain. It's a sale on everything at all stores. Opening hours are from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Everything from foodstuff, lunches, pottery, African wear, Christmas gift items, tailor services, hair salon services, and so much more. Everything means everything. Head into Port of Spain and check out East Side Plaza at number 32 Charlotte Street.
Police, good day. Officer Best Price here. Johnny Q Auto Parts Division? Yes, sir. I'm here to investigate an assault on batteries. Excuse me, sir? Is it true? You have batteries selling for $488? Yes. Power Master, Optima, Vata, and Megastar batteries. So I can buy a battery for $488? Yes, sir. For cars, trucks, and boats. Backed and distributed by Massey Automotive. Which part? Right here at Johnny Q Hardware and Auto Parts Division, 15 Arabita Avenue, Woodbrook. And our new Johnny Q Superstore, located at Lowlands Mall off Claude Noel Highway in Tobago. You could call 60 Tools. Alright, thanks boss. Nah man. Granny, do you have $488 to lend, man?
From the studio to the stage, every Friday between 3 to 4 p.m. Right here on the street, 919 FM. Radio you can see. Log on to our Facebook and YouTube so you can see live interviews and performances from some of our very own local superstars. Right here on the street, 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's Radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the street 919 FM. Designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back on the inside. Just a bit of quick information here for you. Yes. So Brown Ice Promotions presents the all-white affair Cooler Cruise. It happens on Sunday, the 3rd of July 2022 on board the luxurious Embassy yacht, boarding by the Breakfast Shed, Rice Road in Port of Spain, and at 2 p.m. and sailing. We're boarding at 2 p.m. and sailing at 3 p.m. Music by Sensational Sammy, Dr. Ross and guest DJ Selector Mafia. Advance tickets cost $200. For more info and ticket, contact Romeo at 748-9335 or Sweet Vanilla at 793-7425. No oversized coolers and no glass bottles allowed. We get a lot from our moms. Now it's time to celebrate her. This Mother's Day, come to Value Optical and celebrate your mom in style. Get up to $1,200 off on complete eyeglasses and walk out with a sense of pride and confidence. Give mom the best in style and lens technology and choose from brands such as Prada, D&G, Michael Kors, Toscani, and more. Call us toll-free on 800-2020 for more info and an appointment. Champions, let's party in fine style. Around the seas of the Gulf of Paris and San Fernando with the Sea Champion. Gather your crew and your coolers and come boarding at Kings Wharf, San Fernando. For more information, you can call us on 399-5959 or 280-7512 or 324-4227 or email coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Shop now at New City Mall and check out our premium selection of high-quality clothing and accessories for men and women. Save on all items with competitive prices and courteous service throughout the entire mall. New City Mall is located in the heart of Port of Spain with entrances on 3 Charlotte Street and 41 Independence Square. New City Mall. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram. Our opening hours are from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. For all your hardware, building materials, auto parts, small tool rentals, pets and pet supplies, gravel and sand, now available. Don't forget PowerMaster, Optima, Vata, and Megastar batteries starting from $488. And it's all at Johnny Q, number 15 Arpita Avenue, Woodbrook, and our new Johnny Q Superstore in Lowlands Mall, Tobago off Claude Noel Highway. Just call 632s. And join Pastor Kelvin Harinarayan and friends for the Way, the Truth, the Life radio program, Radio Ministry, a Church of Life ministry, live on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 6:05 p.m. to 7 p.m. For further information, you can contact 686-3845 or 349-5178 or 342-7303. And join Dr. Livette right here on the street 909 FM every Friday afternoon from 5:05 p.m. to 5:35 p.m. for your dose of health and wellness in a program that's sure to change your life. Popular for promoting Livette rather than diet, Dr. Livette has transformed a number of lives nationwide. Tune in and also learn about the U-Juice to build your immunities and promote overall great health. It's time that you live. For more information, call 638-9437. And the deals are at Eastside Plaza, located at number 32 Charlotte Street in Port of Spain. It's a sale on everything at all stores at Eastside Plaza. Everything means everything. So head into Port of Spain and check out Eastside Plaza. Our opening hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And tune into the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, the health store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, you can check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp us at 309-4697 or 620-9379. Yes, so welcome back as we continue to take your calls right here on the Street 909 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Dominic Romaine and Bruce Wayne. So, numbers are 3420081 and 4665391. Hey, everybody going out? Everybody going and sleep? Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bruce. Good morning.
Good morning,
and
sir.
Mr. Dominic. And Lady Sharon, good morning. Everybody, I get up a long time, since 4:30, 5 up already. Bruce, Mr. Dominic.
Yes, sir.
You know what really went on in this country? How we came up. We never had the amount of bacchanal. From the days, I had a little touch of Albert Gomes come back, and Violet Top and all these old politics. We never had this distance of bacchanal in our history, you know. But one thing that we are accustomed getting things, things happen, but we were more educated because at that time we knew who was Haile Selassie, and we knew who was the president, the prime minister of India. Mao Zedong, Castro came. So we were educated along a certain line in the education system. All of us, and look where it reached today. You understand? But we have allowed that former Prime Minister, Ms. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, to get away with too much irregularities in the country, because she has extended this irregularity to a point where the whole is a set of disturbance in the country. Everything you do, she make a disturbance about it. Because up to now, that Khan and Williams issue with Dansam Dansuk is unsolved. And you put these two men back against the wall and nobody put you in a court to answer for it. And she just keep going from pelting teacup in Parliament to pelting control, which was a lie, and make some of her members leave and walk out. But she was given a long rope. But now she's totally hanging herself, and you have supporters who decide to see that she is totally hanged. And I'm glad for that this time. But we got to get up and do something about it, because she cannot go about calling people name in Parliament and outside, making case throughout. You're going with live sport, and you're bringing it up when you know it's a judicial system. To get certain people up, you're going with clause 34. Parliament agree with it. You go with the earliest night when we setting, you send somebody to have it thing implemented up by the president to save the lives or the bottom or two of your supporters, and they're still here, and they should be in the states facing trial up there. So they do things here in this country, and we allow them to get away with irregularities too many times. And it's time for Trump, the sensible Trinidadians, to put the foot on it and say, this is the end of it today. You do it with the oil issue, the AV oil drilling. And you keep going, just implicating people for nothing. And have your followers, these people who shine in your shoes by you, doing your nasty job for you. So, Dominic, that is my short contribution for this morning. And I think it's high time that the sensible Trinidadian get up and put Ms. Bissessar in her place, put her in a bloody courthouse and let her answer for all the wrong she do, mash up with the security system, put a cloak in the head of SI and all these kind of irregularities. The time has changed. And we got to roll with it. So we go see about Mr. Bussessa. Let us get together Trinidadians who love Trinidad and Tobago, and talking about them who despise it. And see that something is done with that young lady. Have a nice morning, everybody. Trinidad and Tobago, right thinking citizens, have a nice day. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
342-0081-466-5391. Caller, good morning.
Morning again to you, Bruce and Dominic.
Morning, my brother. Morning.
These people wouldn't change their habit. What they previously when they were doing and they changing everything around now and blaming PNM. They're not easy. There was never ever about country. They never want to be the country that they stress the country. They're talking about crime. The war is not on the streets, on the land. They sell the people, they sell the plane. They dismantle all the security in the school. What next? Mental illness is a serious business. Punching 75% proof. It's not easy. They're going clear. And we have to tolerate that for time longer than time. Right now, they like Timawi. They breaks in jail. They love very much, but they say jail, you're going to jam them to the board. Dr. Rowley was already the biggest nightmare. Jump high, jump low. Lockdown and jail, no better jail, you home safe.
Yeah, man, bless.
Oh, God.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Morning.
And good morning to Dominic.
Morning.
Dominic, you know what stood out in that issue with Wall Street? Remember the chef, that world-renowned chef that came to Trinidad? He was suffering with mental issues. And in the end, I think he took his life. Right?
Yeah.
So Wall Street didn't have a problem because I know this guy. I know he's world famous where financial things are concerned. So he didn't have a problem to announce to everybody who didn't know that this man probably has some mental issues. And so I am going to broadcast it. And you were telling me that what is Wall Street's job?
Yes, sir.
What is his job? What does he do for a living?
A professor.
A professor at Seton Hall.
So you honestly think this man is a professor? And that is what you are going to do? And you are always talking about the poor and the needy. Now, he doesn't know what effect this could have on this gentleman, but he didn't have a problem to, because I never heard about that. I mean, I usually will go and, read world issues when the day comes. Right? So for who didn't know, he don't have a problem to broadcast that. And that's to tell you the mind. And he's not a young person, is he? Wall Street, he's an age person.
No, he's not.
When you haven't accomplished, and you're watching younger people accomplish, I think that is probably his problem, because he wants to be famous, but instead he's infamous. Have a great day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
It's it.
Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce. Morning, Dominic.
Morning.
Dominic, I want to kind of jog your memory a little bit. I heard Murilal talking about Mr. Hines' car that got shot. Isn't it Tim Gopi saying they shoot up his car at one point in time and some people shooting at him? I'll listen out there.
I seem to recall something like that, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Or Rambachan, Suraj Rambachan. With the Scott Drug report.
Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce, Dominic, everybody, morning.
Morning, mother.
Well, just now I heard somebody give a profession of this man who says Wall Street. And the other day I talking with a friend, I telling them how this man seems to have a low IQ. He's a professor. I don't know, but I mean, he didn't give me that impression. But what I call about, I find it as strange things going on in Trinidad and Tobago. In my years of living, I can't remember any time a woman kill her next woman. And this thing come to me now, I say, in a wonder, with this coffin thing, like he's storing up a lot of things or whatever. The coffin can't rest, it can't get full yet. Who pushing coffin, who walking in front, who walking behind. I don't know, they're going to have to bury the coffin with whatever they have now and let the killing stop. Okay then. Right.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce. This is Apple.
Hey, Apple, how are you doing?
Not too bad. I had the cold, but I'm getting it over much better.
Nice.
Good morning, Dominic.
Morning.
I've let Dominic know. Dominic, I was the person that we spoke about the girl in the gym with the treadmill.
Yes.
Right. Well, this is when I get to know to talk to you. Right, so you know it's Apple.
Okay.
All right. I just couldn't just say have a blessed and wonderful day. All my love to Bruce, all my love to you. And I only have one question. Is Wall Street, I don't want to big him up too much because he likes fame. I like to hear people calling him on the radio. Is Wall Street a white man? Because I hear you always saying the blackest man, the prime minister. Is Wall Street a white man? Can you answer me that question? Have a blessed day.
Certainly is not.
Caller, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I wanted to, this is your Tobago caller, one of your Tobago callers here. I'm hearing the different debate going on about certain things in Trinidad. I'm not too clear on it, but I want to know, there are certain things that develop here in Tobago that I'm not hearing the guy who like to chastise me there in the background say anything. I've heard where the assembly has shown where there's almost $1 billion owed by the THA owed to people and so on for work that was done or not completed or whatever, and I had an outrageous response by the Ms. Ansel Dennis, who is now being elected the leader in that very poor turnout where they had in the elections recently. I'm not hearing anything about that. I've also realized that the contractor that has been doing the airport project has blocked residents out of getting to their homes, and it took the secretary for works and infrastructure and so on to order the road be cleared so the residents can get to their premises. But these things are not highlighted. I want to know why my friend in the back there, your sidekick there, I've not heard anything about that. I'm looking forward to hearing those things and many other things. I understand also there are certain past secretaries who have enough money, and that's from there within their own people to last them for the next 25 years. Certain secretaries who went out who were in the former THA. So there's a lot, and there's a lot more that can be said, but I'm not hearing anything about those things. Yeah? I'm looking forward to hear from my friend. I know he's there. I think his name is Dominic or something like that. Yeah?
I'm here.
Yeah. So I want to hear on that. I didn't get to hear you on Sunday because I had some good things to debate with you, but I didn't hear you on Sunday. But I'll take you up on it.
All right. Well, first of all, thank God the company or the contractor that is doing the work on the airport blocked the road, or else my friend might not have had anything to praise the Chief Secretary about. So if the only great thing the Chief Secretary has done in the last few weeks is order that the road be cleared, wow, let me give him a round of applause for that. Yeah. It wasn't for that you had nothing to talk about, sir. And with respect to this issue about the $1 billion that is owed, I only heard Bruce mention that this morning while he was reading the headlines. So I've not yet had an opportunity to read it. But I will read it, and rest assured I will certainly comment on it. Right? And then with respect to your claim of persons who know these former secretaries claiming that they have enough money to last them for the next 25 years, Well, that's well, you said that. I haven't heard that. You see, because from where I sit right now, it's just propaganda. But I haven't heard. Is this official news? Can I pull this up on any newspaper or anywhere to get that? Because you may have heard that you're in Tobago, I'm not. All right, but this is the first time I'm hearing of such things. How come the UNC not talking about that? How come Watson Duke isn't talking about that? How come Fali not talking about that? Just telling the people who know these former secretaries are the ones who saying it. So the people who are in charge now, they're not concerned about it. So you want me to talk about it and be concerned about it, but the people who are in charge, and if you're making an allegation that these former secretaries would have stolen money, misappropriated funds, I would think that it would be a front burner issue for Fali. Have you called on Fali to speak on that, sir? Have you called on Watson Duke to speak about that, sir? How come you're not calling on them to speak about it? If it's not important to them, but you're concerned that you've not heard me pronounce on it, really? Well, if I get the information, I'll speak on it. You know? Yeah, Bruce.
Boy.
That's important to the clearly is not an issue for the opposition, but it should be an issue for us to speak about. All right, I got you.
Amazing, just amazing.
Yeah, I would have thought that would have been a hot topic for Watson after you're making a case in Trinidad that the PNM is so corrupt. So, hey, how come Watson Duke done a live to talk about that? That you and he is a spokesman for the PDP, so I would have thought that if he knows, they should know too. Okay, all right. Well, if I get info on it, sir, direct me to where I can get the info and I'll deal it.
Caller, good morning.
Bruce, morning.
Morning.
Dominic, good morning.
Morning, Iwer.
Dominic,
yes,
Sunday Jenny told you how people are not going to like you for talking the truth. And a woman called you and called me a clown. Dominic, the truth does offend. And I will leave it there for now.
Thank you. Leave it. Now, what Leave It There called about on Sunday, Bruce, was, if my memory serves me correctly, his angst or his gripe was that the government is building a new headquarters to the Ministry of Health around the Savannah. Mm-hmm. And he was asking if it is the buildings that Mr. Manning built, if there isn't room in these facilities to house the head office of the Ministry of Health and therefore save the money that is being spent to build the head office of the Ministry of Health. Now, I made the point that the Ministry of Health, and believe it, I mentioned it, that the Ministry of Health is renting for about, I can't remember if he said about 8 offices or something, whatever. And the Ministry of Health has offices all over the place, right? Mm-hmm. And there are certain departments that really and truly could be housed or should be housed in the head office of the ministry. But the space that the ministry currently occupies on Park Street as its head office, I believe, I'm not too sure if it's Massey's building, because I know Massey's head office, I think, is there. I think the top floor is occupied by the executive of Massey Holdings.
Okay.
Because I have clients there, so I've been to the building. So it's really the ministry is renting a couple of the floors, and I think it's $8 million a year that is being spent to rent that facility, notwithstanding the other satellite offices and so on. But where the new head office is being constructed on Gillingham Avenue, the corner of Gillingham Avenue, also you have the Queen's Park Counseling Center where they deal with persons who have HIV and AIDS. And then behind there, just a little way down the road, you have a street with a couple of Ministry of Health offices where you have to go if you want to get your international vaccination card. You go inside there, and I think they give vaccinations and stuff. And so ideally, if these buildings could be housed within, so the location, and I mean you have the General Hospital right behind the new head office of the Ministry of Health, and the blood bank is right next door. So you have a number of health facilities within that particular geographic location. So no wonder they would have chosen to site the building there, which makes sense, right? But you see, then do we want to know? I don't know what is the status of these other buildings that David spoke about. If they have space, is it ideal? I mean, but I know, for instance, the Board of Inland Revenue building down on Ajax Street there. Even though it's the Board of Inland Revenue building, you have other ministries that have space there. So, for instance, the Ministry of Finance, I think, has on the 22nd floor or something, they have an office there, because I know I met with Alison West, the Minister of Public Admin, there at one time. So she has an office there. And I'm sure that this Ministry of Health building is not only going to be for Ministry of Health alone. It's quite possible that they may have other departments there, because it's a huge building that they're putting up there, right? But the offset is $8 million a year in rent, as opposed to government owning the building. They're saving on that rent, right? So perhaps I can call Miss maybe we'll interview Alison West one of these days, and we could probably ask her on behalf of Leave It There if there's room in other buildings that Mr. Manning built that could have housed the Ministry of Health. We'll find out for you. Leave it there. Or maybe we could call Mr. Diaz Singh. Sharon could probably link it and we could ask him.
You have options.
Yes.
Boy, 3420081 and 4665391. Caller, good morning.
Uncle Bruce, good morning.
Hey, morning, again, brother.
You're right, Uncle Dominic. Good morning.
Morning.
Again. First thing, the guy from, I guess he's from Tobago that called and said about the $1 billion and this and that and all that. Yes, is Mr. Farley Augustine, who is the Chief Secretary, had a media conference and tell the people of Tobago that he has the Chief Administrator that should bring all those evidence to the public and show us where all the monies are gone, and the secretaries that have money to last them for the next 25 years. If they were there for 21 years and they're working and they decide to save their money because they didn't have anything else to do, so what do? You only work today for today? Is this that you work today and you get paid today? Come on. So then what Farley go to be the Chief Secretary for? To live in the Chief Secretary house and every day get paid, that is what he's going to have? No. He's going to do what he has to do. So come on. You are trying to fool the people. This is not what the PDP said they were going to do. They said that they will come to fix it. Because the $1 billion for the money that the secretaries have, the former secretaries, you all will not get it back. It is money already gone. So get the money and fix Tobago. That is what you all say. Are you asking what UK getting all the money from to do all, go in the Hyatt and all over the world and all sorts of things? Did you ask him that? Did you ask him that question? Come on, boy. Come on, Mr. I'll leave it there. The woman was really right to call you a clown, and it's Kingsley and Kingsley, the other one. He's the next clown that come and talk and say Mother's Day, the woman calling you a clown. You are a clown. Kingsley is a clown. Wall Street is a clown. Kamala Bissessa, she is all your mother. So you all go ahead. If you all are clowns, what she'll be? Okay. You all go to her.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Dominic and Bruce.
Morning.
We have local government election coming up to the year, and doing all kind of things to distract people. All kind of things. Alright? I don't worry. Take on them, and I fed up for them. Bruce and Dominic, I am fed up for them. And Dominic, you see on your Sunday show, I'm not telling you how to run your shows, but people must remember you have a short time on Sundays, and when one person wants to talk for a whole hour, other people can't get in. So you all have a blessed day. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Noted with thanks. The amount of people Mountain George said to hell helpful.
Yeah, well, yes. Godfather. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm
okay.
fine.
I'm just saying that Leave It There guy seems to be a lonely old man, boy. And since Sunday, and he has that on his mind, and his dad, he went to see Precious and all that. He's probably a lonely old guy, man. And the guy from Wall Street, I understand he had a problem with his boyfriend not too long ago, so it's alleged.
Ole can't do my that. Ole can't do my that.
You could do that. You can't do that.
Do that, man. Don't do my that. Ole go from mention. Lord Father, Ole don't do my that now, please. I beg it. Don't.
I wonder, Bruce. I wonder if everything alright with Groove. You see, I don't get to listen to Aisha show in its entirety, so I don't know if he calls it. But I haven't heard from Long Circle in a very long time.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
Well, you know how things is be with me when I leave here.
Yes.
So, I ain't even sure. Hey, Father.
Was Rory Junior's call him Wrong Circle.
Caller, good morning.
Bruce Warren, good morning.
Good morning.
Dominic, good morning.
Morning, sir.
San Felix, good morning. Happy belated birthday to you, my dear. Morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Bruce, that fellow who called talking about how Mr. Dennis responded to the Chief Secretary's stupidness when they talk about the lands in the background there. You see, Bruce, let me tell you something. When you lack information, you put your foot in your mouth, right? Now, you see those lands down there? The people who remain there, they are very disingenuous. I know about those properties. My grandmother had property down there. Since me a little boy, I go out garden down there with my grandmother. She always used to say, the airport take these lands to extend the airport. And the people know that they have to leave. Now, I'm old enough. I'm old enough them. I'm plenty old enough than some of them. They're very disingenuous, right? The people knew that they have to move from down there. But some of them get money twice and still looking for more and don't want to move. I'm telling you, I'm asking you, Bruce, I'm telling you. Right? He's talking about that. Why he ain't talking about people who not getting paid? It's about 4 fortnights now. A lot of people in Tobago not getting paid, Bruce. Right? And another thing is, he's talking about how Mr. Dennis respond to Mr. Farley. And Mr. Dennis is correct, because I keep saying, Bruce, Tobago would not go forward unless the 2 bills are passed in the parliament, the 2 Tobago bills. This is what they don't understand for Tobago to move forward, and I will continue saying it until it is done. So, Mr. Farley and you young man who talking about Mount St. George talking foolishness, go to your leaders and encourage them to call on the opposition leader and the cronies to go back to the parliament and vote the 2 Tobago bills so Tobago can move forward. Apart from that, Tobago not going no way. No way. Or you feel that going into the THA and running the THA is like you're going into your fridge and take a glass of juice. But no, it wasn't like that. The house looking nice from the outside, but when you get inside, you see the real condition of the house. Bruce and Dominic, all you have a good day.
You too,
man.
Take care. Bless. Caller, good morning.
Let me just say this quickly. You see all of that, but that don't come to say about the builders and contractors and blah, blah, blah. And they are saying that on the road to distract the people in Tobago because they have not been given all the young people who they promised sustainable jobs and whatever. They're using all these foolish excuses because they have nothing started in Tobago. Everything is still the same way. Everything is still the same way as the plan them left it. Nothing is being planned. And as Compoint said, I am not so much on the ground to let people talking about food not taking care, whatever, because we just socialize with too many people. You know? But this is the whole idea. They have not done anything in Tobago substantial up to this present time. They don't keep talking about this pandemic. So then I'm going to say it's really funny what rubbish that guy is talking about. But he's talking about me. So once in his life, I'm living like a job going on up St. George. We talking about 60-something young people working on this job. The Friday after the election was the last day, maybe they work. And up to now, not one person and work again. And it has other areas like in Mountain George here. And where we call Chapel Hill. Nothing is being done. What they're doing? They're investigating the money that is already gone, that is PNMC, so that is back to give the people, so the people have done the job. No, you went there to fix it. Get money now and fix it. There is money there because you're not going to get that what was stolen as you say. You can't. You're not going to get it back. Yeah. Come on. So you're fixing it this way. You will never.
Bruce, Fally and Watson really need to start giving their supporters something substantial to talk about, because when we're so desperate for accomplishments that we can only grasp at a road being cleared that was blocked by contractors. We're in desperate times. Yeah? As I said, it's a good thing the contractor blocked that road, otherwise my partner would not have to talk about nothing to praise Fally for. I recall Fally saying early on in becoming Chief Secretary that a budget, the THA budget, would have been delivered early in 2022. We were looking at about January, February.
His best state is altogether vanity.
That budget is yet to be presented. Now, I know normally.
Surely every man walketh in a vain show.
It's left to be seen if
surely they are disquieted in vain.
He
heapeth up riches and knoweth not who shall gather them. And now, Lord, what wait I for? My hope is in Thee. Deliver me from all my transgressions. Make me not the reproach of the foolish. I was dumb, I opened not my mouth, because Thou didst it. Remove Thy stroke away from me. I am consumed by the blow of Thine hand. When Thou with rebukes dost correct man for iniquity, Thou makest his beauty to consume away like a moth.
Yeah. Taking our call here. Caller, good morning.
Yeah, blessed morning to you, Bruce Wayne and Dominic.
Morning.
All our callers all over the live. Dominic, the THA is run by a budget, and the money comes from central government. They think when they reach inside it was just to splash and plunder and fling away money just like that. It's a budget they have to run on. If they spend a cent more or less, them have to account for it. The money, the list that they have is going until the end of September. If it was a shame, the money done catered for in the last budget, 21 to 22. That is what they're working on right now. And right now, according to Mr. Mount St. George, some of the workers in there get paid for weeks or months. You understand? That shouldn't be happening because they would want to blame central government now for for no monies in Tobago. And I hope that the Minister of Finance is sending the check every month or every 3 months, however it is, so that they cannot say it's central government fault. Check the THA and the Minister of Finance in the THA, who is Fally Augustine. Thank you. And one more thing. Mr. Augustine is a standard 5 teacher. I wonder if he went to university and get a higher education. He sounds like he just only doing small maths. Big maths is a problem for he. Thank you very much.
Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce. Morning, Dominic.
Morning.
Dominic, I know you're a big educator. Tell me something. Government all around the world, don't they incur debts? Debts are not being incurred by government all around. So if debts are being incurred and the government has changed, you're expecting debts to roll over, so you are not responsible to pay all the debts. But whether this idiot who say from Tobago calling and talking a pack of
crap about $1 billion, it's close to $1 billion, and it's not being highlighted. If it was being highlighted, I wasn't talking. How we knew about it. This was like an internal thing in the PDP party that they discussed. If you have $1 billion, but people meet a conference and bring it out. Understand? Let Farley give account for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that was spent for people who went to Dubai. Up to now, we don't know what took place in Dubai. Seeing a picture circulating now with his assistant secretary posing up now with 2 camels in a desert somewhere. I don't know if she went to Dubai too or she went after her political leader. Then you send a whole team to England playing in snow, talking about they're going to advertise Tobago products. You send a whole team to advertise cassava in England and let them playing in snow. Let them give back on all those monies and stop talking crap. This idiot always coming calling from Tobago and talking a pack of nonsense. He does well piss me off. And leave it there. Nobody don't have to tell you you're a clown, you know. When you get up in the morning and look in the mirror, you're saying it every day. Have a blessed day.
Oh my word. Guys are taking one more call here. Caller, good morning.
Hey, morning, Bruce and
Morning.
I mean, you could see desperation from Farley because Farley is using that as an excuse, as a cop-out, because the promises that they made on the campaign trail, it wasn't, I mean, it's not realistic. Because he is saying that we are talking to people who are education, right, Farley. Obviously, you're the island you're running and there will be expenditure. And when you come in now, you will have to make your adjustment to the expenditures. You can't expect to come inside there and meet everything flat. How do you think the country, how do you think Tobago has been run? How do you think they've been developed? There would be projects and things that you will meet. Some of those things you all took the, when you all come in and all you finish it and it's completed, you all took the kilos for it. You made that in place. The contractors have to be paid. The other things have to be paid. You meet things on the board that what you could do is some of the things that is the plan there you could put it aside and utilize that funding if they haven't allocated any money for it yet or some sort of thing, and you make your adjustments. But you can't just say that when you come in there you meet these things here and a thing and you have to fix that and pay it, and it's utter rubbish. So what do you think? You just come in to run a country and everything's flat. You come in there's nothing you have to pay, everything that's slingered and you get the annual. You're serious? This is a leader. This is a leader who is leading and managing the lives of people in a country, on an island. That doesn't make no kind of sense at all, Mr. Farley. I don't think you're capable for the job. That is what you are saying to me. That is what I'm picking up from you. Your utterances is telling me that you're not up to the task of taking Tobago forward. Because you need now to make your adjustments. You need to go through what you see on the paper and what is there, what is good for Tobago, and you continue it. It's a continuation of governance. Thank you very much.
Bruce, you're muted. I know.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. Right. If I may just make the point, Bruce, that people need to understand. And again, when Farley and Watson don't give their supporters or their mouthpieces much to talk about, they're forced to grasp at straws. Now, everybody knows that every year the THA presents a budget, sometime around June or thereabouts, indicating how much money they would like to get, and then they would forward that to the central government, to the Ministry of Finance, so that the Budgets Department can then make a determination as to how much money would be given to Tobago. And every year we hear it complaint because of financial constraints at the level of central government that Tobago never gets the full amount that they ask for. But these projects are articulated anyway, and therefore, when these projects are undertaken, are we to say, well, we want to do this project, but we ain't getting money for it, so we're going to scrap that? No. The DHA then is charged with the responsibility to find ways and means. I think they're also given the power to be able to borrow to fund some of these projects as well. But these loans don't just come just so. It takes time. And so while the projects are undertaken, one would understand that sometimes contractors are all too willing to undertake projects because they know once we start the project, once we do the project, that we will basically begin work.
Yeah.
So we're going to get money. It will take some time because we know the bureaucracy that is involved in the public service, but we know that it's sure money. So that when this administration came in 2015, we recall there were a number of debts that were left over by the previous administration for schools, for the construction of schools and repairs of schools and so on. EFCL was owing money to this contractor. Look what is happening now with EMBD, where contractors claiming that they owed over $1 billion. And the court said, no, we see what has happened here. So at the end of the day, we know that contractors from time to time tend to take advantage of the state because they figure the treasury is a bottomless pit. And therefore, it is not sufficient to just come and tell me the contractors are owed over $1 billion because what needs to be done is an assessment of all of these invoices to determine the validity of same, right?
That's right.
So at the end of the day, when you come and you might find that some of these claims are not legitimate, and that $1 billion figure could very well come down. But as I said, I only heard you mention this morning, Bruce, as one of the headlines, and so I have not had an opportunity to read it.
I
didn't hear Uncle Dennis's response. And therefore one needs to determine this $1 billion of debt or whatever it is that is owed to contractors. Was that only under the tenure of Ansel Dennis? How many years has that those debts been running and accumulated? So it is not sufficient to come and say, that $1 billion and even contractors as an indictment against the last administration. As the previous caller would have said, the lady, governments all over the world run that. You think the US government that have all the money and could print money, you think they're not owing contractors too? So, but again, that is when you're desperate, when the party that you support so blindly has given you nothing of substance in the last 5 to 6 months to talk about, nothing to crow about, really, other than a series of broken promises, and now we're getting beaten left, right, and center with all the broken promises. So you're scrambling to find something of substance to talk about. And the only thing that you could come with this morning is that the transformational leader, that is Fali Augustine, immediately ordered that the stones be cleared from the road because the contractor blocked the road and prevented people from going onto their property. Really? Nothing else? He came and he held a whole press conference and tell all that the PNM spent $163 million in the lead up to the election. Have we heard anything further on that? He met with the Minister of Finance. They had a discussion. The Minister explained XYZ to him. And Pali come back and hold an express conference and say, well, I had discussions with the minister and the explanation given was quite interesting, but I will not disclose what we talked about. Let us move on. Right? That was that. After he make all kind of allegations, that was all that he came to say, because he was satisfied with the explanation given. But I can't come and tell all you, because if I tell all you now, I will end up looking like a fool, because I made a big issue out of it, a big sting, and there was no there. There was nothing of substance, right? But I can't come and tell all of that, because my supporters will look dotish too. So we will just sweep that under the rug. Just like the zipline issue that we've not spoken about since we've come into office. All the other allegations we've made, right? In 6 months, you can't find nothing. Not one piece of paper, not even 2 paragraphs to show. Well, the claims of misappropriation and malfeasance that you made before in the lead up to election. Not 2 lines you could come and show. Hey, look at here. Look the proof. Nothing. And he in charge now. Listen, yes? Really? Come now, man. The next 4 years is going to be very uneven. I'm pretty sure of that.
Boy?
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have a deputy chief secretary drawing pay under false pretext. Yeah? Collecting salary every month, full salary. Salary as deputy chief secretary, salary as an assemblyman. But he in Trinidad campaigning. Yeah, when he in Tobago, he's sightseeing with his wife. Right, that's what he's getting paid for. Okay, good.
So guys, we basically out of time. As Dominic said, not out of things to say.
Certainly not.
So keep it locked to the street 919 FM. Dominic will be back here on Thursday. Sharon will be here tomorrow, please God. And we look forward to chatting with you once again.
Yes.
So Dominic, as we say, my friend,
ciao.
Talk to you guys.
ranking, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
The Titans of Democracy on the street, 919 FM. Expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street, 919 FM.
Shop at New City Mall and check out our premium selection of high-quality clothing and accessories for men and women. Save on all items with competitive prices and courteous service throughout the entire mall. New City Mall is located in the heart of Port of Spain with entrances at 3 Charlotte Street and number 41 Independence Square. We offer a variety of shirts, long and short sleeve, round and V-neck tops, vests, caps, hats, sunglasses, briefs, boxers, shorts, swim trunks, denim, jeans, long and 3/4, socks, sneakers, casual and athletic, shoes, dressy and fashionable, dresses, formal and casual, skirts, lingerie, undergarments, and a wide range of accessories. Come check us out as we also have clothing and accessories like Levi's, Clarks, Armani Exchange, Hollister, American Eagle, Ralph Lauren, Nike Air Force and Air Max, Puma, Adidas, Timberland, Academics, Aeropostale, Old Navy, Forever 21, Hanes, Dockers, Guess, Converse, and so much more. We have barbers, hairstylists, as well as weave and wigs on sale. All at New City Mall. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram. Sale, sale, sale.
Mom loves to comment on the pictures you post.
That's my daughter. I remember when she was in Pampers.
And call during those important meetings. Hello?
Leroy, you want food later?
Mom, I'm in a meeting. But what you cook? Show Mom more love with great Mother's Day specials from B-Mobile. Get a 30-day prepaid plan for only $100. Handsets with any postpaid plan starting at $499. Plus, 1 month free service and 25% off for 11 months when you switch to B-Mobile. It's more love for moms with B-Mobile.
Get great specials and extra foods plenty for 20. Rajapuri curry powder, 4 for $20. Mini Moo milk, 5 for $20. Gala apples, 10 for $20. Split peas, 5 packs for $20. MP chana, 4 for $20. Lion's baking powder, 4 for $20. Hair tracks, 5 for $20. And so much more. Sale ends May 9th. And check us out on Facebook and Instagram for even more specials. Extra foods, always extra for less.
Life takes us along so many roads. Some are planned, others can take unexpected turns that may cause us to worry. A home equity loan from TTMF can give you the means to navigate these turns that require major financing. With up to 30 years to repay, you can use the value in your home to consolidate debt, finance medical expenses, for tertiary education, home renovation, and other major expenses. Call or visit our website at ttmf-mortgages.com to find out more about our home equity loan. Let us help you steer those financially challenging journeys. TTMF, from here to home.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
From the moment you first crossed eyes,
It's a girl.
to their very first bowl of cereal, open wide, going in Into parenthood means nourishing your little one to reach their fullest potential. With Nestum Nature's Selections infant cereals, give 30% more whole grain with 15 vitamins and minerals, including iron, all with no added sugar. Nature's Selection. Give your baby the best. Nestum, from 6 months onwards.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio
are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM. Designed with you in mind, this program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
We now take you to a live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly.
Give Jesus a big hand this morning, for God is a good God.
While he lived, he blessed his soul, and men will praise thee when thou doest well to thyself. He shall go to the generation of his fathers. They shall never see light. Man that is in honor and understandeth not is like the beasts that perish.
Psalm 50, a psalm of Asaph. The mighty God, even the Lord, hath spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion the perfection of beauty God hath shined. Our God shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above, and to the earth, that he may judge his people.
Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice.
And the heavens shall declare his righteousness, for God is judge himself. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak. O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am God, even thy God. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he-goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto God thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High. And call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked, God saith, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentedst with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself, but I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget God, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I show the salvation of God.
All right, well, it is God's morning to you wherever you are on God's earth. Welcome to today's edition of the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry, where we simulcast with the street and the sky every Tuesday morning. Oh, it's the law and you. And indeed, ye have been faithful for 60 years now. Well, as a matter of fact, 67 years. So with that in mind, let's welcome this morning Inspector Michelle Lewis. God's morning to you, officer, and welcome to today's edition of the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio.
Pleasant good morning to you, Pastor Johnson, and thank you once again for having the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service very close and near to your community in this partnership that we engage in on a regular basis every Tuesday. Thank you so much.
Welcome. And, since we started on a Sunday with the police, and we had Officer Achi. But since then, on a Tuesday morning, all we had was the men. And I was trying to get you in for Mother's Day, but it didn't work out. However, you are here this morning, and we thank God for you. We thank God for Acting Commissioner Jacob and all those in the hierarchy of the police service and all the officers throughout the service that make every effort to keep Trinidad and Tobago safe. So we really thank God for you all and thank God for the opportunity to be in partnership, the Church of the Firstborn Assembly, Miracle Center, in partnership with the Police Service of Trinidad and Tobago. I think it's a first. All right, I am subject to correction, but I believe because we are firstborn, I believe we are first and doing what we're doing with you all, and we thank God for it. So this morning, if you may, give the people a bio of yourself, and then after we're going to get into what you do best. Thank you.
Well, as you said, the program is really geared to the police and you. And even as a police officer, I'm a police officer, but I'm human by nature. I have blood running through my veins. And I have more than that. I relish in the word of the Lord. I am more than a conqueror through Christ.
Very good.
Who dwells in me. So I am happy to know that I can speak with you this morning and standing on good ground.
Yes, sure.
So, as you have expressed, my name is Michelle Lewis. I am an inspector of police in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I am currently attached to the Emergency Response Patrol E99 Command Center, and I am based at the Police Training Academy, which we call the Barracks. Someday at this time, I'm actually at office speaking to you, and so this is where I am. As you know, in the organization, from time to time, there are transfers, different posting, different responsibilities, special projects, and that kind of thing. So within my 20 years as being an active member of the organization, I have worked most of those years in the Northern Division, and Northern Division would comprise of areas like La Hocketa, Aruca, St. Joseph, Alstain, Arima, Tunapuna, Maraca, St. Joseph, Piaco. Those areas would include Northern Division. So I spent most of my years there, and then within Northern Division, I spent about 5 years in community policing, and through that area of policing, I had really, really nice engagement with young people because I was a club leader with the Malabar Police Club, and also really, really good engagement with members of the public because, as you know, community policing, we really take the mantle of the Commissioner of Police and the senior and the executive, and of course the divisional executive in relation to support with town meetings and that kind of thing. So being in community police really allowed me the opportunity to mingle, if you want to use that lighter word, with members of the public, various stakeholders from the rank and file of the organization, from the grassroots to the upper crust. I really, really enjoyed meeting people for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and speaking to people. But I enjoy more than that, more than anything else, being a child of the Most High God. I thank God for salvation. I remember very young in my years, I attended my mother because I grew up with a single parent household. My father died when I was just about 3 years old. And so I came from a big family. I boast that I have, 6 brothers and 6 sisters, and now I have it all.
Wow. Yeah, your father told your mother it was cheaper by the dozen. Go ahead.
But in those days, I can tell you, television and cable and all that was working so well. It's one channel, and so, husband and wife do their thing, and so we have the production as God ordained it, yeah?
Yes, my mother.
And so I have...
My mother brought 9 into the world. So,
but I beat you back. My family was...
yes. You all went a little further, but
yeah, my dad and mom, and actually, so when my dad died, and things settled after a period of time, mommy sent us to Full Gospel Church, and I was very young. I remember joining first with Sunday school, and so Sunday school, and those days was 9 o'clock. Those were the days when church used to go out 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, I remember that. Spending all
day. Used to time church, you reach in the morning and oh Lord, and then they come back in the evening again for service.
Right. Evangelistic meeting, yes.
So I was about 8 years when I accepted Jesus Christ as my personal Lord and Savior.
I beat you by 1.
I see, okay.
I accepted the Lord at the age of 7. Wow. So go ahead, we have a lot in common.
For that, yes. So I kept on serving the Lord. It's life, so you go up, you go down. But I held on to God and His word and His promises that are true and that are yea and amen.
Yes.
And so during my life cycle, and now in the organization, 20 years, I give God thanks and praise for that.
Yes.
I remember even when I actually went to try out to be a member of the police service, when you have to go, well, at that time I went to Sandy Grant, it would have been Northeastern College, and I signed up. I did the dictation and the test and all of that, and it took me 6 years before I actually was called in, because in those days it took less female officers than male. And so the list for women was long. So now that I'm a woman police inspector, I boast because I've earned it.
Yes, sure.
I've earned it, and so in the organization, it has really been a pleasure growing in the organization. It has been a pleasure growing in God. I thank God for the persons that He has had over my life. My mother in particular was really, really instrumental. She died about 2 years ago. And she died just about 2 weeks just before Mother's Day.
Wow.
2 years ago.
How was that?
It was very traumatic. It was very, very, very traumatic. At that time, I was on injury leave because I was involved in a motor vehicle accident while on duty, and I was on injury leave. It was during the COVID, because the COVID-19 pandemic had really now hit the country, because that was in March, and Mom died on 26th of April. and she buried a week after. And it was sudden. She fell in the bathroom coming around 2 o'clock in the morning or so. You know, it's normal get up to, you know. And she hit her head and, you know, it's, you know, well, yeah. So with that, she went in the hospital. I was a Friday morning early, and by Sunday, Mommy was gone.
Wow.
So it was really, really a shocker. She wasn't sick or anything like that. She was well. She was 83 years old, but she was a very strong woman. And she grew up on the seaside, eating fish, and she loved provision and stuff like that. She was a very strong, very, very strong woman. And always in the garden, always in the yard. I grew up with lots and lots of fruit trees, you know, shatine and breadfruit and Mumsy-Pro and Chenet and Thyme. Those are the trees that I grew up with. I didn't grow up with, yeah, those kind of, so I grew up, you know, in areas that they could have run freely, you know, and that kind of thing, you know. The train line was, it was gone, but the track was still there. So I grew up in Dabity. And so my heritage is still there. I don't live very far from there because we always try to stay close to Mommy, you know.
Right.
Old and bought our properties and stuff like that. But yeah, I grew up, you know, having brothers and sisters around me who were my friends, who were my fighting buddies. You know, I learned to fight at home. I learned to take heckles, you know, and that kind of thing. So when I joined the police service, I had a good resilience because I came from a family of 13 persons, and you know, it built me well, I must say. It really prepared me for life.
Very good.
And of course, with the spiritual aspect, that really, really helped because, you know, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, We wrestle against more than that, you know, principalities and powers and all that. So I thank God for where I am. I thank God for the blood of Jesus. I thank God for salvation.
Come on.
It helped me tremendously.
Wow. This is for you. So take a bow. Welcome. Now, Officer Lewis, Inspector Lewis, you mentioned Malabar Police Youth Club. I didn't know Malabar have a Police Youth Club. So tell us about that, please.
Right. So Malabar Police Youth Club, years ago, we had one in Malabar, and it was, you know, after a period of time, it went dormant. And so in 2010, I reintroduced the club into the community. And so we held meetings first at the Malabar Primary School, the RC School, right at the top of the bus route there.
Yes.
And then we moved from there to Malabar Secondary or Composite as we know it.
Right.
Within the COVID and a lot of things have happened. So we're now trying to get it revived once again. So I'll be calling around the members that we have and connecting with the parents and that kind of thing to start back that Malabar Police Youth Club to the vibrancy that we know it to be. That is one of the clubs that took part in the Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition, where they came second nationally in ballroom dancing and Latin dancing. They represented Trinidad and Curacao in a youth exchange. So the club was really going really well, and you know, the children, the young people were really, really, really appreciated. It is one of the proactive measures of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in relation to crime fighting strategy.
Yeah, I will love. I'm hoping, and the key word is hoping, that we can do something on a evening with the children. You know, different youth clubs, different evening. So once we can get a time, and you know, that we do not, and you know, this is thing that private or should have private partnership in, you know, where people should be able to come on board and support, you know, but because time, radio time or media time is very expensive, you know, but I'm hoping that we can do something, and if we can do something, I will call on you so that we can have the Malabar Youth Club, Police Youth Club involved, you know, from 6 to 7 during the week, you know, when the children come home and, you know, get themselves rested, whatever, before they go to bed. Yeah. So to put the word in them and, you know, have them to share a little bit about what they know and how, you know, some of the challenges that they face during the day and things like that. So I'm hoping that we can put that together. Please go ahead.
One of the things that I do as a liaison for the organization, as you mentioned to me, youth club and that kind of engagement that we are looking to go into, I will definitely share that information with other police youth club leaders because we generally open it up for all club leaders, for all club members as well to participate. So I don't want to hold on to anything. As you present the invitation, you will get that kind of, I don't want to say get what you're looking for, but you're going to get young people who we can bring in, who would support and engage and who would give that kind of output and feedback that we are looking for in relation to building their spiritual, physical, and just a holistic young person.
Yeah, because people complain about the youth, and people say that, oh, they are the future. But when I read my Bible, I see the Bible talk about children, making children want children, causing a lot of problems. This is why the Bible says, remember thy creator in the days of thy youth. Your mommy brought you up well. My mother brought us up well, and in your case, it was just your mommy alone. And, so single parents, even though they're single, they can still make inroads into the lives of their children and have productive children. And you're one of the product.
Yes, I am.
And it's a tremendous privilege to have you on and to hear you saying this. Father brought 12 children into the world, and none of them end up in the hands of the police, right?
None of them.
And same.
All free and single of any suppression from below, if that's the yard.
Exactly. So it pays to bring up the children in the way they should go, so when they become old, they will not depart from it. And I'm a living witness. I am 67 years of age, and for 60 years, God has, I give my life to the Lord at the age of 1962. And glorious Saturday, I could remember the time, the day, the hour, the preacher, every single thing at the age of 7 years. The place and all of that, and I really, really thank the Lord for it. So this is why you find I have such a passion for children and young people, because, go ahead, please.
Pastor Johnson, I am hearing all that you're saying in relation to, God and all of that. And, for me, most of the Bible verses that I could remember now at my old age are those that I learned as a child in Sunday school.
Yes.
Most of them are the ones that stuck in my head that the Sunday school teacher would have taught me to say, and next week you have to come back with the Bible verse and you have to remember it.
Right.
And recite it. And those are the things that stuck. So, as you said, train up the child in the way he should go or she should go, and when they grow old, they will not depart from it. And so those words that are hidden in our hearts, it causes us to, stick to God, fear God.
Yes.
And, just keep us going.
Yeah, because people really do not understand that children who grow up with the fear of God seldom will get themselves in problems, because there's a godly fear. They're not a fear that God is going to kill you, no, but the fear, because the Bible says, Solomon says, to fear God is the beginning of wisdom. And it's a good opportunity, if you allow me, just to quote scripture from Proverbs chapter 8 and reading from verse 12. Hear what it says, ladies and gentlemen. Let me read from verse 11. Or matter, from verse 10. Hear what it says. Receive my instruction, and not silver, knowledge rather than choice gold, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared with it. We see what's happening with the young people and the people today who with all the bling, 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 and they're dying just like they bling, bling. Well, let's keep going. Verse 12. Hear what he says. I, wisdom, dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge with witty inventions. That's what God wants us to have. Witty inventions. I can tell anybody that things that come to me majority of time come because of the inspiration of God. I look to him, So when I tell you about what I want to do on a 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when I tell you about the children, when I tell you about all what we have been doing since COVID, taking over the airwaves and all the rest of it, and having covenant partners, people who are willing to stand with us and support this vision, we're taking it to 2025 when I'll be 70 years of age, then something God, and this is exactly what Solomon is saying here. He says, I dwell with prudence and find out knowledge with witty inventions. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride, and arrogance. Let me repeat that. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride, and arrogance, and evil ways, the evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate. God says that. Verse 14, counsel is mine and song wisdom. I am understanding. So if you want understanding, go to God. If you want wisdom, go to God. I have strength. By me, kings reign. So kings mustn't feel, or rulers mustn't feel, that they are responsible and it's because of I. Put the I where it belongs. So hear what God says. Counsel is mine and song wisdom. I am understanding, I am strength. Verse 15, by me kings reign and princes decree justice. Justice. By me princes rule and nobles, even all the judges of the earth. Yesterday we quoted from Judge Frank C. Passad, what he spoke concerning the mothers and the children on Sunday. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me. We are speaking with this morning, if you have just joined us, Inspector Michelle Lewis of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And she's bringing a lot to the table this morning. She have been involved with, let me go back here quick, with the E999 Rapid Response Branch, Emergency Response patrols in St. James, and she also police work with the police, with community policing and child protection unit for several years. So officer, if you want to talk a little bit what we just talked about the scripture, that's fine. If not, you can go right in to, let's talk about, with all what is in the news with the homes and the schools, you know, the violence. Probably I'll bring up a video. I don't know if you saw it, where the child jumped on the next child and the child, well, some people said the child died. I don't know how true that is. But a lot is taking place with our young people. So at this time, it's yours.
As you read the book of Proverbs, chapter 12, what comes to mind is the duty and the responsibility of the police in keeping and upholding the laws of the land. And we have the government of the day, even past and present, where you have laws will be put in place, and it is the duty of the police to ensure that those laws, in relation to whatever aspect of the law it might fall into, it might be it public health or some other aspect, it's the duty of the police to ensure that, you know, the community, the public citizens, persons who are here do what is right. And wisdom helps us to do that. And wisdom helps the government, those in authority, to make the right laws, and wisdom helps the police in the way we execute. You spoke, as you read, of prudence and evil and pride and arrogance and that kind of thing. And when you see more of that, you know that we are in some problem, where you have ignorance, arrogance, and evil. We're going to have some problems. For the word of God says, love covers a multitude. So it covers a lot of problems, a lot of issues, a lot of things that people will not look over and probably will react in a hateful or arrogant or evil manner. When we are humble, when we keep a still tongue, when we are wise, it turns away wrath. And so, as you read that book, Proverbs chapter 12. It reminded
Chapter
me
8. Chapter 8.
Sorry, chapter 8.
Yes.
It reminded me of just that, of the authority of kings and princes, and even the authority of the police.
Now, may I just show you the video, what I'm talking about? I'm going to take down the song, all right, but you will see it for yourself. And then I'm going to show you another video with some children where they are singing. And I mean, it's so different to what one group is doing and what another group is doing. Watch this carefully. Now, you saw the child, after they beat that child properly, then one child just ran and jumped on him, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. I mean, that is not future, you know. That is happening now with our children. Now watch this next one, right? And watch this next one. And I won't play all of it, but watch this one. And I mean, the difference. These children properly well brought up.
Should I feel to the shadows come. Come on, friend. Should my eyes oh yes, all right. And heaven and home. Send Jesus. When Jesus is my portion. He's my portion. Constant friend is He. Go Dana.
That really, really encouraged my heart. That all is not lost, Officer Inspector Lewis, please.
That's right. You started one of the verses that you said earlier in your program, train up the child in the way he should go.
Yes.
When you grow old, he will not be fast. And you've seen it right there in the video.
Exactly.
You do two different types of scenarios. And child choose what path they want to go on. We understand peer pressure is there. And so in the first video that you showed, the first scenario that you showed, the child was being beaten upon. There's a portion of the Criminal Law Act, chapter 1004, in section 2A, where it speaks of where, for example, a child is seriously injured or dies as a result of like you showed there, but this is not this case because the child is well alive. But in a case where, for example, due to fighting or something like that, the child dies, the law is set in such a way that even if that was not your intent, or even if it wasn't you alone, so it was more than one person who came and pounced on this child and beat the child, and the child subsequently died, that person or those persons can be charged for murder. That is in the Criminal Law Act 1005, Section 2A. So sometimes what happens with young persons is that sometimes they don't see the seriousness in it. Because where young people and this impression and, you know, how your friends would see you, especially when things are going out there, nobody wants to look quote unquote like a fool. And so you find that this one jumps in and this one jumps in because that's my friend and I want to support my friend in whatever. And so before you know it, you have somebody who is seriously injured and hospitalized and you're facing criminal charges. So it is really, really important that as parents, we let children know the seriousness of their actions. Not because you are a child means that you are not answerable or responsible. Everybody, every member of a family have responsibilities. Every member of the society have responsibilities. And so too our children, they do have responsibilities.
I'm so glad that you have said that. So could you repeat concerning the charge when you explain if the child is injured or murdered, please?
So where you have a section 2A, right, the Act is 1004, where you have, for example, one person beating upon a child or more than one, like how you would see persons, and not this scenario, okay? I'm speaking hypothetically because this child is alive, right?
Yes.
But outside of that, hypothetically speaking, someone, you know, is beaten on, whether in school or out of school, whether it's a child or an adult, and that person dies, and it's probably because of multiple injuries from multiple persons. The law, no, your intention may not have been for that. Your intention probably was just to beat up on the person, teach them a lesson or whatever. But the end result is that the person died. The law is that they're going to charge you for murder because that was the outcome. Whether the intent was there or not, whether that was the intention or not, that is in Section 2A. So the law, you know, it is really, really important that the persons who are older, persons who have responsibility for children, parents, teachers, guardians, impress on children, your actions, it weighs heavy on who you are and who you will become in the future. So if a child does not know, for example, last week, my son, I have a son who's 17 years old, and he had an interview to do. And I am explaining to him how he should dress for an interview. And he is asking me, Mommy, what is formal interview? What do you mean? And so I have to explain that to him because it was his very first interview that he was actually going to do. And so you don't expect that just because someone is 17 or 25 that they know. You have to take the time to teach that person, to deposit into that person what is right and what is wrong and what you ought to do and not to do. So if it is, for example, we are cheering and jeering on children to do this and we see it on social media and we are praising it and, you know, parents and communities are saying, well, you didn't take your lash, you didn't keep your lash, we like for your head back. That is not the way to go as responsible community members, you know, in relation to a child doing something wrong. And I sit that child down and tell them, well, okay, this was not the way to treat with the situation. That is not how you resolve a problem. Now, there was a document that the police uses, right? Well, not the police uses, but there's a document that you can only get through the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and it is called a Certificate of Character. And once you turn 16 years old, wherever you go, they're asking you to get one of that. We generally call it, or it is commonly called, Certificate of Good Character. But of course, we wouldn't know if your character is good or not until we do your fingerprints and we check the system. Now, when a child is charged with an offense at a very young age, Pastor Johnson,
yes,
that impacts that child for a very, 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 very long time. It cripples the ability of the child to be whoever you want to be. Depending on the offense, your passport is withheld. You cannot leave the country depending on your offense. So where, for example, you may want to go away to further your education, or you have a relative in Canada or in the States or in the UK or somewhere else, and you had the intention of migrating, you just cripple your opportunity to advance in some other part of the world because your passport because of a criminal charge that you now have against your name has turned you want to go in particular places to get a job. It's not a traffic offense or traffic violation. It's a criminal offense. And employers look at these things when they are hiring you. So they ask for your certificate of character, and you only understand the magnitude of that after the fact. After the fact. So you now have a certificate of character. The matter is pending in the criminal court or in the judicial system for however long it takes, because the police have no responsibility over that, and, each part have its part to play. So that matter is in the court, whether it's in the lower court, in the magistrate court, or in the high court for a period of time, generally for years, until that matter is determined. And then when that matter is determined, you would know what is the outcome, and then the police would update the system to see whether you were convicted, whether the matter was discharged, dismissed, whether you were given community service, fine, or whatever. But during that period of years, that matter, depending on the nature of the matter, it's going to have that you have been charged with a criminal offense, be it assault, occasion of grievous bodily harm, or penetration of a child, or whatever is the offense. It is going to be there on your record, and it is going to impact that child. For example, let me give another. You want to get a taxi driver badge, Pastor Johnson.
Yes, officer.
And so you have to go, you have to get a certificate of character from the police, wherever in Trinidad and Tobago, to be able to apply. Because remember, you don't want to be an official driver. Right? So your character has to be good, because you're picking up persons and taking them at different points. So we want to make sure that the character is good. And so you apply for a certificate of character to get a taxi driver badge. You think you're going to get that?
And
so that's why we have a lot of PH drivers. Because they cannot get a taxi driver badge officially. That's one of the reasons. So parents really have to train up and teach. Don't take it for granted that they know. And parenting is not hard. It's not easy, Pastor Johnson. I can tell you it is.
Talk to me.
There's
Talk to
a
us.
manual there to help you. You learn as you go along. You make mistakes, but thank God we have a God and we have some help. And family and persons in the community. Once you want to do better, somehow God has just put people in place to help you.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's what he's doing right here this morning, because I want to do good. So he have placed the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to help the population of Trinidad and Tobago through the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, speaking with Inspector Michelle Lewis of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. We are taking a quick break, officer, and we're coming right back to take some calls.
Yes.
Thank you.
Martin's Plumbing and Maintenance Services Limited, licensed sanitary plumbing contractor for all your plumbing needs. Located at Amira Industrial Estate, Arima. Contact us at 642-7136 or 642-2093.
Simpson's Memorial Limited, number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally since 1945. At Simpson's Memorial Limited, we serve with dignity in assisting families in honoring the memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpsons Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
Take me to the King. I don't have much to bring.
Have you heard the power preachers?
If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the old-time Gospel Hour morning program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the old-time Gospel Hour can be placed at any branch of the First Citizens Bank. Account number 795222. If you're facing problems or situations too difficult to bear, you can call for prayer Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it anyway. Jesus took.
Sing praises unto God, sing praises. You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waco in Sangre Grande, for the old-time Gospel Hour all-night prayer, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah chapter 6 verse 8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, to love mercy, and walk humbly with God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank, account number 795222, will be greatly appreciated. For further information, call 753-1113 or 236-7271. You can also email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
That's what you do when trouble in your life. You sing praises. Paul and Silas in prison. All right, so we are speaking with Inspector Michelle Lewis of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And again, it's a tremendous privilege to have you on this morning. And if you may, I would push you to come back on Sunday afternoon, where we have 5 solid hours and we can really ramage for Jesus and the law. On Sunday afternoon, we could work out the details after, if you're willing and obedient.
Well, we enjoy partnership, of course, with Firstborn Assembly, and as I am an obedient officer, I do.
Wow! You get a wrong.
From my seniors, and so once the Commissioner of Police Executive, and as the instruction comes down, I do comply to instructions. It's a discipline service, and so more than that, we it's not as even though the organization is one of structure and orders and that kind of thing, we also utilize these forums to be on a lighter side, where we can really just talk with the members of the public, and persons like your good self. And so it is not considered so much of a heavy duty. It is really an enjoyment. Particularly today, I must say that I am enjoying Pastor Johnson this opportunity with you this morning.
Wow. You're getting a lot of round of applause today. And so too, I enjoy, I enjoy my name. If I were to show you my name, you would see my name is exactly what I does. I love to speak with people. I love that. If I don't do that, I just not alive. And I tell people that everything God does, God spoke. God loves speaking. God says, let there be, let there be, let there be. And that's what God did. And we have a world today. So I am trying my best to be like him. And that's what we want. All right. So this morning you have heard a lot. We have a few minutes remaining. And you want to get in the mix. If it's just to congratulate Officer or Inspector Lewis, then you're free to do that. Or if you have a question or a comment you want to make, this is your opportunity to do it. All right. Officer Hill, Inspector Hill said that, Pastor Johnson, you will love the people that I am bringing on for you. And Officer Hill, thank you very much, sir. Caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome. All right, so we're going to try another call. 240-1234. That is 240-1234. or 753-1113, 753-1113, or 737-4673 WhatsApp calls. 737-4673 for WhatsApp. You know, I really thank God for you all. You know, this is community policing. You know, if nobody ever, this is what community policing is all about. Caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome. All right, so the rest of you could call instead of you having La Hokita call. All right. So yes, so I really, caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Good morning, Pastor Johnson.
Please.
And Inspector Lewis.
Yes.
It is indeed a great pleasure hearing your report. May the Lord continue to bless you and your counterparts as you do your work for the Lord. God's blessing.
Very good. And what are you calling us from? All right, she's gone. All right. Yes. So you're getting some kudos, so you can take it as you go.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. People love what I do, and caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Yes, good morning, Pastor Johnson, Sister Agnes.
Welcome.
And the police officer was there.
Inspector Lewis.
Yes, I am very grateful for your call this morning, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir. Nice
Yes, I
hearing
was
you.
listening to the discussion this morning,
Yes.
and I heard that it was advised that parents should be speaking with their children in terms of consequences for such action. But what if some parents cannot speak with their children, who do not have that particular knowledge or so? I would like the officer to give that sort of guidance to such parents.
Yes, so she'll make note of it, and as soon as we take just a few quick more calls, then we're going to give her the opportunity. All right?
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Very nice of you to call. Yeah. 240-1234. Caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome. All right, we continue to take your calls on 240-1234. You're on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Good morning. I called from Sandy. I'm sorry.
All right, yes. Thank you very much, Sangre Randy. Very nice of you. Yes, 240-1234 is the number you call before we turn back over to the officer. As I said, you can call and you could encourage her. And in today's world, when we see all the negatives that are taking place, and we have someone or people in the police service who are willing to step forward and make our community a better place, then hats off. Caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Morning, Pastor. God's morning to you.
Welcome.
And to the congregation they got there. Proper program, nice program. Listening to a hope a lot of people get involved with this program and pay a lot of attention to what is going on. Now, they can't talk to children. It's just that you don't talk to them, but you give them their own way. You can talk to children. Pull up the stuff one time.
Thank you very much, Aruka. 240-1234. We are back with the phone line. Caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome. All right. La Hokita. Caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Good morning to you, Pastor Johnson, and your wife, and the officer there.
Yes.
This is Indra from Mendez.
Welcome.
This is encouraging to the people of the nation.
Yes.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Sister Indra. Thank you. 240-1234. It's the favorite line here. Sorry, caller. I cut your call by mistake. Sorry about that. Caller, you on the air. God's morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
I would like you also to speak about the importance of parents as role models for their children.
Parents as role models. Thank you, sir. Yes. Thank you. All right. So we're going to take just 2 more quick calls. Caller, you on the air. God's morning. All right. We're going to take 2 more quick calls and give the officer enough time. Caller, you on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Hi. Good morning, Pastor Johnson.
Welcome.
And good morning to the officer there. Is there a number I could reach the officer online?
All right, officer, you have at the station where she can call you, or you want to get her number and you'll call her? Tell me.
Yes, please. Can you take a number for
All
me?
right, so ma'am, hold there. We can take your number, please.
Okay.
Yes. So you know what? If you want to go ahead and speak, you can go ahead now, officer. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So thanks to everyone. Thanks for the encouragement. To the caller who called and asked where their parents don't have the knowledge and how can the parent the child. One of the things I have learned in life is that if you want to do something, you mightn't have all the resources to do it. But if you want to do something good and equally so something bad, it is things that just happen. Parenting is not an easy thing. And so if you look for it, you will find it. One of the things that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has done is put in place community policing and the police youth club. Within the police youth club, there's at least one police officer that any parent could call upon at any time, day or night, as that club leader and as that parent of a child in the youth club, to say that I'm having a problem with something, I'm having a problem with my son, I'm talking to she, but she's not listening, she's still posting things out there, I don't know what to do, you could help me. And if the officer cannot talk to the child of his own or her own self, they would get somebody else, maybe from a different section, have different experience, or they would call on the community, Ministry of Community Policing Ministry of Social Development, and get a social worker or somebody else to come in and help. Once you want help, help is available. Nobody knows it all, and parenting is not an easy task. But if you want help, you would find it once you look in for it. Now, I'm not the best parent, and I don't think there's a perfect parent because things happen.
Exactly.
But if it is that you realize that, you're seeing this problem and anything, and you can talk to somebody, whether it's your pastor in your church or your neighbor or your aunt or somebody, they will say, well, it's not this person you can call. Why don't you try doing this or something? So, and that's how help comes. You have to ask, if you don't ask, you won't receive. You have to open your mouth and ask for the help, and it will come to you, so that you might know everything. But once I grew up, I can tell you, it's 13 of us. So we didn't grow up, in no mansion, right? And even though I didn't grow up like that, having all, my mother grew me up in such a way. My clothes was always clean. I was always well kept, always well-mannered, disciplined, and all of that. And it's 13 children.
Come on.
If you want help, it is available. If you of your own self has the will to do, it can happen. And so it is an encouragement to parents. If you don't know it all, that's fine. We don't know it all. And there are resources available. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, we are here for you. Community police is there. Police youth club is there. There's another caller who asked about parents being a role model. And the best example really is what you see.
Yes.
And unfortunate or fortunate. So I have a friend, for example, she has two children, and both of them are social workers. Why? Because the mother is a counselor.
Yes.
I have so sometimes you find that children, based on what they see in their parents, it kind of guides the career that the child will go into.
Quite true.
Because of what they see, the type of role modeling that they see in the parents. So unfortunately, where you have parents who are not good role models to that child, unfortunately, it falls down to the child, to the third and fourth generation, like blessings, right?
Yes, that's
so
correct.
that it happens where the parent is a role model, depending on how that parent is and what that parent shows to the child. So long time, parents never used to do certain things in front of a child, even though they might be doing things, drinking or doing other things, and not doing it in front of the child. Nowadays, everything is open, everything is social, everything is virtual. So the child is seeing and hearing, and so you're cussing your neighbor next door, and the child right there hearing how you're cussing your neighbor right next door. And that can show you are depositing into that child things that are not virtuous that you want to get out in the future. So role modeling is how you live. It's a way of life. And so we encourage persons, even for those who are hearing, to do what is right, and the children would see.
Yeah, that's correct. My mother was more in our lives than our father. However, the both of them brought us up. But my mother loved business, and she had Filbert's Furniture Store in Rio Claro. Mm-hmm. So all of my siblings, every single one of us got involved in business. Every single one, whether it's planned business, sewing business, my wife and myself, handbag business. My parents had a furniture factory in New Grant opposite the lodge. My sister and her husband, they're involved in wrought iron and building, sons building, and they make all type of different wrought iron, and they do fabricating for buildings and windows and all of these things. My brother is involved. When you hear Martin's plumbing and maintenance, he's involved in maintenance and plumbing and with WASA, and the list goes on and on. So I am telling you, just as how, and the same thing is true as far as in the Lord. My sister and her husband pastor church. My other sister and her husband is involved in ministry. All of us is involved in ministry. So all of us involved in business, all of us involved in ministry. You talk about a generational blessing. My grandmother told my mother before she died, she said, Eva, your bread is good. Wow. And listen, by the grace of God, I thank God for parents who really stand with their children and bring them up to fear God, according to Proverbs chapter 22, verse 6. Train up a child in the way he should go, so when he become old, he will not depart from it. Here you have a living example of Inspector Michelle Lewis, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Father died at the age of 3, and today 13 children, and today what? Man, listen to some closing remarks before they cut me on the radio, officer, please.
I just want to say thanks to you, thanks to your church, thanks for the opportunity for Firstborn Assembly for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to engage members of the public. We pray that the Lord will continue to bless this ministry, yes, and that you continue to go from strength to strength. And all the listeners, we pray that they would continue to grow in the wisdom and the knowledge of the Lord. Amen.
Take a minute and pray.
This concludes the live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. See you next week as we will be live at 9 p.m. to 12 midnight and on Sunday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. God bless.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM. Well. Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion boarding at Kings Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy boarding at Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, and 299-4227, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise. Unity
Fest, the best music event in town. Ja Melody, Zebulon, Gongsman, Ricky Ramuta, Trinidad Killer, Cyprian Rhythm Section, DJ Awesome Production Song, Black Chariot, Selector Coach MC Duke from the Sheet 919 FM. Hosted by yours truly MC Duke. This Saturday the 14th of May at Cyprian Delton Spaniard. Make it a date and don't be late. Admission only $100. You pay more at the door. Unity Fest this Saturday, Cyprian Delton Spaniard. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
I love my girl to some reggae. Better vision for your physical eyes, and through the eyes of faith, let healing arise in your mind, body, and spirit. At Natural Healing Ministries, we teach kingdom principles for living that brings the blessing of God to your mind, body, and soul.
NHM Professional Associates are located at number 10 Moody Stewart Street, Monterey Post, San Fernando. For more info, contact Dr. Desmond Phillip at NHM on 349-3494.
NHM Professional Associates can be heard live on the Street 919 FM every Saturday from 9:05 to 9:55 a.m.
Join